Hi guys. Let me log on and get this mail. What the hell happened here? Nope. Okay. Let me so I wonder why I think that does that. It just mislines your bars and stuff and you've already saved it in location. If it's saved, it shouldn't move at all. Right. Some herbs came back. What the hell? Right, let's see what I've got to do today then. Since we're having a chill out stream on it. So I've got to do 2 more delves to unlock a 616 slot there. Just in case. Because obviously we don't know what we're going to get in these 3 slots. I'm hoping this will yield something from Silken Coat or Queen Ansarek. Which would be nice. I actually don't know what I need from Queen Ansarek. Is there anything I actually need from Queen Ansarek? Let's have a look. Oh, there's a one-handed axe. That'd be quite nice. Looks like shit, but there's a one-handed axe that I can use. We've already got that. There's a shield, but then again I've already got a 619 shield. And that's got a embellishment on it as well. That's actually better. Although I suppose that one can be upgraded beyond 619. 619 chest, which we've already got. 619 wrist, we've already got. There's a 626 ring. Crit mastery. Not exactly my best options, to be fair. Well, mastery is, but crit, not so much. I'll just give some parry chance, I suppose. Dealing damage has a high chance to grant you a dose of venomous potential. 5 doses, inject them into your target to deal 201,000 nature damage over 3 seconds. The nature damage has a chance to grant you an additional dose. So it's basically a damage ring. I mean, you'd take it for the extra stats because it gives you more stamina as well, which is obviously always good for a tank, but yeah. So realistically, the ring or the one-hander are the prime ones we need from her. The other ones are kinda meh, We've already got these, as good as those. The shield, obviously that shield comes in at 619, can be upgraded. But I would lose the embellishment, which would be unfortunate. And Silken Coat, I know this guy's got a neck piece or something that I need. No, that one. Is it? Stamina versus Mastery. And there he's got a trinket and it or something. We don't need... Oh no, we do need those boots as well. Yeah, but if they get that one, that's all you're going to need. Those ones, that trinket is really weird. It says, overhealing from this effect permanently increase your maximum health by the same amount, becoming an absorbed shield upon leaving combat. Oh, so it permanently increases your health for the duration of the fight then. So I wonder if that happens at every single time that you use the trinket. Let's go to that one. So we're on a chill day today, having a bit of a chill day since we've cleared heroic already. We've not really got anything to do. We did half the bosses on our alts as well, but some of our alts need more gear to do, like Kaivis and Overnax. We also had some new players in who need to get more comfortable with the mechanics, because the mechanics on those two bosses aren't the easiest thing. And if you've got a small raid size, you need everyone to stay alive on really both of those fights going forward. You can't afford to lose people. Especially not on Kaivis, because Kaivis is a DPS check. So you need everyone to stay alive on that and do the part. So what have we got to get on here? Just 3 more in herbalism. Hi Ethan, how you doing, brother? Merry Christmas, buddy. Hope you have a good man. Just in case I don't get to speak to you all on Christmas Day. I'll jump on Discord and I'll be on WoW at some point, but just in case, brother. Got an early Xmas present. Ooh, what'd you get? Fender Stratocaster. What's that, sorry? An electric guitar, fucking hell. Oof. I'm gonna say, I bet that's not fucking cheap. Not if it's a good one, anyway. Merry Walkmas, how you doing, Shrek, buddy? And Merry Christmas, buddy. And Merry Christmas, Wasser. Hope you guys both have a good one. I will be on Discord at some point during the day. So if any of you guys are on Discord, I'll wish you a Merry Christmas then. And and I will jump on board of Warcraft for a little bit while Ella's making food. But just in case I don't see you, that's all. I'm just wishing you a Merry Christmas now. I think it was in the 500-600 range. Yeah, they're usually not cheap in most cases, Ethan. I love a crappy Harley Benton's. Still very good though. I got a Stratocaster too. Went to market in London after the gig and then a replica of Kurt Cobain's guitar. Ooh, the big old Kurt Cobain, eh? Did they now? I heard that somebody, you know, oh god, what was his name now? The guy who did the Olympics when we had the Olympics in London. Somebody got the guitar that he used on top of that big red bus. Was it AC/DC's lead guitarist? Or was it Metallica? Forget who it were. For some reason I want to think it's AC/DC. But I could be wrong. It was on top of that red bus they put in Wembley Stadium. I think like alongside David Beckham and somebody else. And that guitar, they made him that guitar custom for the Olympics. And then after Olympics, he put it up for auction, and someone paid a fucking shit ton for it. Because not only did he sell it, he signed it, and he said whoever buys it, basically, I think the proceeds of it was going to charity. Or I think, sorry, half went to charity, and half went to funding some future aspects of the Olympics. Jesus. Am I getting deaded? Oh, no, shit, rings me at worst time. What? What? No, you're ringing me in the middle of my stream. What's up? Yeah, I will after I'm trying not to die to shit, yeah. Worst fucking timing. Alright, bye. Love you. Bye. Literally couldn't have done it before I went into the delve. Couldn't have rung me after I came out the delve. Had to be during the delve. During the delve, during fighting a mob. Look, I'm playing a fucking tank, I'd have been dead. For fucking hell. Whenever I get rung by family, it's always during the most inconvenient time for me. It's either I'm like during a boss pull, or during a dungeon, or during a fucking delve, or on toilet taking a shit, or, you know, it's always something that's really, really awkward. I never get lucky with phone calls. Don't know if you guys have that happen to you, but I always get unlucky with phone calls. It's like never when it's convenient for me. It's always got to be an inconvenient time. I think I was born without being lucky. Right, let me just go and do that before I forget. That's that sorted. She wanted me to get the turkey out and put it in the oven, start defrosting, because obviously it'll take probably quite a while to defrost. So she wants it defrosted and then probably she'll move it to the fridge. Because it'll take hours to defrost that fucking thing. If you ever get this ambush one, before you speak to that lamplighter raffling guy, just run around the area and just gather up all these. Because if you say Bountiful Delve as well, you get free experience for your companion. So you can get all the mislaid curiosities, and you can get any things you need to mine or collect. Calls what's happened when you're busy every time. My mate called me mid-set on FaceTime, and a guy crowd-surfing knocked my phone into my hand. If you're in Mosh Pit though, Ethan, you expect what comes. When I went into Mosh Pit, I left my phone and all my stuff outside with my friend. I wasn't taking note in Mosh Pit. It gets fucking hairy in there when I went to that Leeds festival. Fuck that. People start fucking throwing punches. And then we had fucking security team come in and fucking do it wall of death. We all just got pushed out of the side. Threw that through the wall. I had no line of sight and I thought, did you guys see that? I threw the axe straight through the wall. Blizzard still have that issue. That not even affects physical items. I just had basically a lightsaber fucking weapon. Just threw it straight through the fucking wall. My brother found the next morning was insane. It happens. It's like if you ever go out playing fucking paintball. Paintball's not a game for kids. Paintball's a war. It's an absolute fucking war. Paintball will leave you with bruises for fucking weeks. Those fucking paintballs can fucking hurt. A ball of solid paint got very little fucking give. That's why you're not supposed to shoot people on exposed fucking flesh. They fucking they can hurt big time. You feel the fucking impacts. Don't stand here. Of course I stand here. The tank. I flee for no one. Spore flick that onto him. I own a paintball company. I do it in normal shirt most of the time. I've done it since I was like 9. The one that we've got round here, Ethan, you're not allowed to go in there with like a just normal shirt on. They usually give you usually get like a padded sort of vesting for your front and back. Covers your front and back. Obviously, you could be shot like here. Your arms and legs are obviously exposed, and they generally say don't shoot anything above the head. Because obviously, if you shoot someone in the eye, you could fucking blind them. And if you shoot someone in the throat, I think there was an accident at one point where a killer has probably got shot in the throat. It weren't on purpose, it was by mistake, but hit him in the throat, and I think it stopped him breathing for a bit. The much safer version is Laser Quest. Laser Quest, obviously you can't get hurt, and you wear a vest on those enemies because they've got all the receptors to basically say when you're being shot by one of the lasers. What the fuck am I being tapped by here? What the hell is that? That thing attacked me and just ran away? With 5 health? Okay. Not seen that before. As for insurance purposes, normally give them boiler suits, usually a mask. We use 50-point cal, which I believe is the most powerful one you can use sights, in the UK at least. Well, 50 cal ammunition in terms of like what you do in real life, but like ammunition or a sniper rifle. 50 cal ammunition is what you use to like pierce lightly armoured vehicles. You couldn't take one of those rounds without a shirt on, you'd break your fucking ribcage. Even then, with the paintballs that we've got up here, I'm not sure what they use, but fuck me, even if you get hit on the vest, they still leave you bruises the next day. You have bruises for fucking weeks. Different measurements, but use the same names. Yeah, but if it's using something like 50 cal is like one of the biggest ammunition types on the planet. That's like what you'd shoot from a 50 cal Barrett. That's like a big boy fucking armor-piercing fucking sniper rifle. You're shooting that kind of ammo out of a gun. Normally that's the kind of gun that to fire it, you'd have to be either crouched or prone. You wouldn't be firing that stood up, because it'd be fucking huge. The kickback on them would probably break your shoulder. The ones that we've got here are more like your assault rifle Uzi sized, and then they have a sidearm version as well, depending on which one you want to carry. But even those paintballs, they fucking hurt you. You'll feel it. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, you filthy animals. He's quoting a fucking Home Alone, how dare he. Go watch best Christmas movie of all though, I think I might watch it later. Go watch Die Hard. I said it to a lady in hairdressers the other day, and she's like, Die Hard? She goes, is that a Christmas film? Because she didn't sound like one. I said, yeah, because Bruce Willis. She goes, which one's that again? I goes, Terrace, Take Care of Nakatomi Tower. Because she was singing the Die Hard song, the Christmas song. And I'm like, oh, a bit of Die Hard, eh? And she didn't get the reference, and I'm like, what? How do you not know what Die Hard is? And she's older than I am. Cal paintball is 5-inch in diameter, I think. Tipperman oozes were used to use them. Oh dear. Ah!
Oh no.
Moothlix!
Det blir det fucking fix Alakara.
What?
My group depleted +6 Alakara.
How did you deplete a 6? You do keys twice that level.
I was helping out a friend.
Who?
A guy I know. I tried to help them out.
Is he in our guild?
Nope. He
Good.
was.
Good. What?
He was.
He was? Who?
He was in a game.
What, in our guild?
Yeah.
Who?
He was a healer. It's like hard to pronounce his name because it is in Swedish, but
What was his character's name?
that's the point. He had Swedish names in it, so it's kind of hard to like pronounce it in English. But
We haven't had a Swedish healer.
we have he what? He
Who?
was there one time. When we were talking Blood Twister, he was on his priest, but he was not really that good on his priest, so he swapped to his rusted druid.
Okay. What did he do? Did he leave the guild for some reason?
Yeah, I don't know why. But
I'm gonna say if he's depleting the 6, don't reinvite him back. that's what I was gonna say.
yeah, I mean he did fine. Our defense was kind of low. That's why.
We're still recruiting people. We're still all right now. You found anyone yet?
Nope. Not been so late. So. Had my brother over, swapped the Christmas presents.
Lovely. As I said, I'll come on and probably speak to you on Christmas Day if you're on. I'll pop on Discord.
I'm gonna be on.
And I'll probably jump on while I was cooking food.
I have literally nothing to do.
But I'll be busy initially because I've got to go and see my my nephew for an hour. I want to go and see him. It's his first Christmas. You know, go and see a little chap. I haven't seen him yet.
Well, it's gonna be a nice thing for you to see him finally.
Oh yeah. I just want to see him really. Well, he's still a baby before he starts walking, because I won't get to see him that often. My brother lives a bit far away from me to fucking like travel to, because it's a good taxi ride, or about an hour on bus, and
No, I mean at least you're gonna meet him. Like, yeah, I mean that's the most important thing. At least you're gonna get a chance to meet him. So.
oh yeah.
But I told my brother, I know my friends is not here anymore in yada, but it's like it's Christmas anyways, and I'm thinking like you need to have something, even if they're not here anymore. But I asked for him like I don't know the English word for it, but they're like jumper or whatever.
Oh, jumper, yeah, jumper. Americans call them sweaters, but we don't call them sweaters because, well, the idea is to not sweat. They're meant to just keep you warm. I hear clicks. Merry Christmas, buddy. A lot of plot holes. The bruises usually be like black circles, a bit larger than ball, purple, blue shade. It's also dependent on the PSI of the gun rather than the ball in some cases. Yeah, the guns here though, they can leave you a bit of aggro. I had an unfortunate incident once. Because we have like this, it's like a combat like arena they've got going on, but you have like actual trees in there and like hauled out logs they've like put in there. And there was 2 of us left, and it was this was like they did 2 modes at the time. I'm not sure if they do more than that now. I haven't been in years, but they used to do like a death match, where basically it was your team against the enemy team. You'd have like red and blue or yellow and green or whatever, and there was a capture the flag. Where you capture enemy's flag, you've got to return it to your base. We had this one where there was 2 of us left. There was me and another guy on my team, and there was this one guy on their team. Now me and this guy on my team both spotted him, so I said, right, I'll flank to right, you flank to left, and I said we'll get the guy. Because we didn't have a clear shot, so we couldn't try and shoot him from where we were. We'd have fucking missed and slotted him to where we were. And I'm pretty sure he didn't see where we were. Well, he didn't see us initially, but he saw me afterwards. So I crawled in this log. It came over to where I was, and he couldn't find me initially, but he must have heard me crawling through fucking log. puts his fucking paint gun up the log and fires and hits me straight on arse cheek. My fucking head popped out of the side and I was like, oh! It fucking hurt. Straight on fucking left arse cheek. I had a bruise the size of a fucking donut for fucking ages. Fucking right hurt. But luckily, after I screamed, my teammate saw him and shot him, so I won the game. So silver lining, we won the match, but I took a fucking right shot on fucking arse cheek for it. Fucking hurt. Do not recommend getting shot on the arse cheek by a paintball gun.
I got a Steam game from my brother.
Nobody?
I got a Steam game from my brother.
Nice, what'd you get?
I got Until Dawn.
Oh, nice. Good game. Good game. Got a lot of endings in that as well, just FYI. Not just one fucking ending, because there's like, I think there's 2 good endings, there's 2 bad endings, and there's one that's kind of like in the middle. And it depends on how many people basically you keep alive.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that game that we played, but you fucking killed everyone when we had everyone alive.
Yeah, I remember those.
Fucking so do I as well.
But we don't play those anymore.
We can have a look at them at some point. It's just I need time. A moment, actually, time to do it.
I know.
It's something I can probably do with you off stream, and just like do a playthrough of it.
Yeah. Like we did with Outlaws Trails.
Yeah, like with Lost Trials, basically. Yeah, just something like that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Until Dawn, to be honest.
Sites can get pretty creative with them. You lose power of walking for a few seconds when that happens. Nearest paintball place to me is like 100 kilometre away. The nearest one to me is about a mile and a half away.
Hey.
About a mile and a half away. It's not far at all. I can walk there.
Walk and buy it?
But yeah, of course you can. I used to walk them out of work in Video Matrix.
I mean, yeah, I know that, but for like more for amusement and stuff like
Oh, I won't walk it for the paintball, no, but you know what I'm saying, that's how close it is, it's quite close. But the guy that opened it even, because paintball's not as popular around here, I don't think, especially not because his arenas are outdoors, so during the winter, it gets almost like no customers. So what he did, across the road from it, he's opened like a Laser Quest place. So he's got indoor Laser Quest arenas. That during winter is fucking booming, because it's indoor. So he has a Laser Quest on one side of the road and a paintball outdoor fucking areas on the other side of the road. So he's got a very clever like business thing going off. So he knows that during winter his paintball stuff ain't making much. So he basically keeps staff on like minimal level, and what he does is the staff that he employs at the paintball place, he has them on a dual contract where they can work at the Laser Quest place. So he ain't got to sack any staff or hire any more. He just uses them at both places. And then when it's summer and they're both still in operation, he's got enough staff to run both basically. But then he's essentially like overstaffed on Laser Quest for Christmas time, so like winter time. But it's also really fucking busy. You also get like a lot of kids parties going there as well. I was a pretty good time this sat a forest on the hill, so it gets chilly, but we had about 150 people last weekend, if I can know. I saw something in fucking news that was very random as fuck, right? There was a squirrel that chased down and killed a rat and started eating it.
Oh.
Everyone assumes when you think squirrels, you think, well, they eat nuts. You know, they're nut-eating species. Turns out, if the nuts are a bit scarce in the area, they are actually carnivores. They're omnivorous. No, it weren't rabid, no. Just apparently it's what they do. They do hunt down some small field mice and rodents. If there's not many nuts in the area, if they haven't had a good yield of nuts, they can be carnivores. I remember there were a thing a few years back, and this were like a really aggressive bunch of squirrels in this park in Russia, and like 50 squirrels swarmed and killed this dog in a park. Fucking ate it like a fucking pack of like land-based piranhas.
What the?
As long as they don't eat my nuts, I'm alright. Also, O2 drink prices are extortionate. £10 a pint. Yeah, I would not be playing fucking £10 a pint. Fuck that. I come from the days, Ethan, where you could get a pint for £2 10p. £2 and 10p. So I could pretty much get fucking wankered. If I had 5 fucking pints, I'd be a good way pissed.
It's fucking cheap for £2.
Oh, that's what it used to be back in day. Now fucking £10, fucking hell. To have same drinks, I need to spend 50 quid. Robbing bastards.
Yeah.
Our spoons are £2.51, but so it's like £6. Yeah, but when I'm talking like £2 10p, they weren't even Wetherspoons. They were just like a regular pub. Wetherspoons were even cheaper. They were like £1.85 back in fucking day. Jesus. What? Sorry, Matrix. What were you saying?
I fucking forgot what I was supposed to say. Oh, I forgot.
It'll come back to you, brother.
Oh, I'm getting old over here.
Tell me about it. Likewise. Fucking feel you. Feel like I've been old for fucking last several years.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, that's fucking 8 or 6 arc. That was impressive. How did I even manage to fucking beat that fucking game?
Because your friend is a terrible player.
It was, I mean, it wasn't really him. It was more the other two DPSs. Just, I don't know what the fuck they tried to do. They fucking died and over on the fucking last boss.
So Matrix, since we've got you, and we've got two different opinions on the chat.
Okay.
What do you think about Mythic Plus then with lives instead of timer?
The what now? The lives?
What do you think with the Mythic Pluses if they change it to have lives instead of a timer? They'll be changing how it all works. It won't just be that. It'll be basically where, do you know what, it's more about interrupts now.
Yeah.
It'd be going back to basically having some really difficult mobs that you've got to CC. So you need like stuns, you need saps from a rogue, you need sheeps from a mage. You basically need to play it like you did back in the day, before dungeons became endgame content. Obviously I know you didn't play that, but basically that's what I'm thinking of going back to, and then having, obviously giving you so many lives. It might be, I don't know, let's say you get 20 lives up to a +5, it then might be 15 lives up to a +10, and then after a +10 it might drop down to like, I don't know, something like 8 lives or 7 lives. Something like that, as an example. I don't know what their number's going to be, but what do you think about that? Would you be okay with that, or are you one of these that has to have a timer to make it fun?
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really care so much if it is like a timer or not. The only problem I'm having, all players are just fucking useless. That's like the main problem I'm having.
Well,
I don't really care so much if there is like a timer or lives, to be honest with you. I couldn't fuck care less.
I think the new system would make it better so players would be less useless. Because if players aren't rushing, they'll make less mistakes.
But there's gonna be mistakes.
Oh, there'll be mistakes,
be mistakes.
But there'll be less mistakes because they're not rushing. They'll be like, right, this pack here's got this fucking mob there, and that mob's going to murder us if we don't kill it fast. So you might have like a priority kill target, but then you might have another target you've got a CC, or maybe another 2. When we used to do our runs, we used to have a rogue sap, a mage sheep, and then we DPS the other 3. There'd be 2 like medium strength mobs that'd be okay, you could handle, but there'd be one that'd be like a really dangerous mob that you've got to like priority focus down. Otherwise, it can do some serious fucking damage. We also used to have a mob. They might reintroduce this. There's always one mob per pack couldn't be tanked. It had no threat table. So basically, you CC'd that one and you killed it last. Because once you break it out, your tanks can't tank it. It's not a tankable mob. It runs around melee.
I think they need to like try to as well try to readjust their affixes in the keys as well.
Well, I mean, if they get rid of timers, they could potentially even get rid of affixes. So if they bring in really difficult mobs, I mean, do they even need them?
Maybe, I don't know. Just depends, because those affixes we have now, some of them are just basically, if we grab all of them, it's just gonna be like more DPS increase and healing increase, helping out the healers do more DPS if we like grab all the fucking orbs and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, if it's the orb one, yeah.
Yeah, and when they like fortified or like tyrannical weeks, because we have technically both now, and I don't know why we have both, but
because they got rid of all the other affixes nobody liked, like storming and shit like that. And not being funny, I hated storming, and what was that other one that was really bad? Was it quaking or some shit? There was another one that was really fucking nasty. Was it not quaking? Maybe something else. There was another storming.
It was one affix I hated in fucking Shadowlands.
One where used to explode. Sanguine. What was the one where it exploded?
Explosive.
Began with was it explosive? There was one with B though, and it began with a B. I'm sure there's one that began with a B. Bowstring. I fucking hated bowstring. That were absolute cancer. Whoever came up with that fucking affix wanted fucking sacking. How was that fun for a player to play through fucking bowstring? That were absolute AIDS. And if you got bowstring and storming, oh my god, that weren't a push week. You weren't pushing that week.
Nope. It was like certain weeks you could push and certain weeks you could not push. But yeah, I mean, Sanguine, when I played with Sanguine in the Shadowlands, that was so fucking pain in the ass. For at least like ranged, when I played ranged in Shadowlands, that was fucking pain in the ass.
Oh yeah.
Fucking hated Sanguine.
Yeah, Sanguine quite nice as well.
When I saw Sanguine being in the affix that week, I was nope, I ain't fucking doing any keys.
And I think that's why they've put in both of these, because all these do is, if not mistaken, these 2 affixes doesn't one make the trash have more health and damage, and the other one have the boss have more health and damage.
I mean, I think fortified makes boss have more health than the ads, and fortified the ads has less health, I think. And that particular new affix is fucking Queen's thing, whatever it's supposed to be called. Some are more pain in the ass than others. But this week's is really pain in the ass. I don't like this week's affix. It's not that fun.
So the affix you were looking for was bursting. Was it bursting? I remember what was one with B that everyone fucking hated.
Yeah, bolstering and I mean, bursting was not that bad because some player could remove it.
No, but it was bad if it was combined with something else like storming.
Yeah.
There was one of the others that it comboed with that were fucking lethal. Everyone fucking hated it.
Yeah, I think it was bolstering because bursting was not really that bad because you could remove it, because people realized you could take one racial racial or that class, not class, but that one I'm using Dark Eye in the Wolf, that shit could remove bursting stacks, and literally everyone was using Dark Eye in the Wolf just because to remove bursting stacks. Everyone was switching over to Dark Eye in the Wolf.
And see, that's what I mean. I mean, how shit is that you've got to fucking change what you're doing to basically match an affix? Like, how bad is that for like a game management system? It's like you've got to change your race to basically defeat an affix. That's
I mean,
that's
there was
such
not
poor
cheap
game
either
design.
to fucking buy a new race either, so...
You shouldn't have to do it. It shouldn't be a thing.
I know.
It's
I know.
fucking retarded, that is.
Then fucking if Warcraft came along, that was then version stack was much easier to handle.
Been playing classic release, re-release, and got into 24 within like 15-16 hours. Shit's real slow. Yeah, it is, yeah. I think the affix you were looking for was bursting. I think that's like a burst when your monster is killed. It's like a dot you get. Bowstring was if an enemy died, it buffed the other enemies around the mob that died for 20% more health, 20% additional damage. Bowstring sounds more like the one I was on about though, because bowstring sounds like absolute cancer, especially if it's combined with another powerful affix. So bowstring's nasty as fuck. I used to hate that fucking crap, I really did.
Yeah, bowstring was not fun at all, no.
Hate bowstring.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad they ain't there anymore. I mean, they could fucking keep some affixes that was like more manageable than others. But I don't know. I mean, explosives was like one of them was really manageable to avoid and stuff like that. Even there was like another one as well that you had to avoid quaking, I believe, as well. It was pretty manageable as well.
Yeah, there were some that were easy and some that weren't. And like if you got two of the easy affixes together, that was your push week. But then you can sometimes have one difficult affix and one easy affix. They were like a partial push week. If you got two of the bad affixes, nobody wanted to do Mythic Plus that fucking week. They were like, fuck that. It's like
I think I did I think I just did my weeklies when it was really bad affix weeks. I just did weeklies. I didn't really.
Do you remember?
Go for the high
Remember that guy we got in guild, Bayonne, fucking the warrior, and he joined, and he liked the Mythic Plus. He was like you, and he goes, I've got 2 weeks off work, and he goes, just first fucking week to be those two bastard affixes, and they were like worst affixes you could get comboed together. And I was like, oh no. It's like, fuck's sake, it was 1 fucking week straight down the toilet. Because he got the two fucking worst fucking affixes imaginable together. I felt so sorry for him. It's like, oh no.
I have to leave you to it back and have my friend over. So I have to.
No problem. Say hello to him for me. But have a good one. I'll be here for a while.
Yeah, no worries. Alright, see you.
You have a good one, brother. Merry Christmas.
You too, bud.
Bowstring plus 45 might as well stop playing the game. Is 45 the one that gave him fucking extra health and defensives or some shit? If I buffs all the trash for 20% HP and damage, oh my god. That and then they get another 20% every time an ad dies. Yeah, that'd be cancer. Yeah, I'll pass, thanks. This is why Blizzard are solely learning. Sure, some of these affixes might have made the game challenging, right? But this is what one person said, right? It was a content creator that said it. I've forgotten his name. He's an Asian lad. Really smart though. And he said, he goes, the problem with Blizzard is they're getting hung up on this paradigm of people wanting challenging content. The problem is they're making things in the game like Mythic Raid bosses, Mythic Plus affixes that are that challenging. They're not fun. They're getting mixed up between challenging content and it being fun. It's like just because it's challenging doesn't make it fun. And not every player wants it to be challenging. Some players do want an easier experience, especially in the smaller content like Mythic Plus. It's a 5-man dungeon content. In raids, you probably do to some degree expect harder content, where you need at least 10 people or more, or 20 for Mythic. But in a 5-man dungeon group, you don't expect that to be particularly hard content. You expect it to be relatively easy. So I think that's where they were getting mixed up. So players were coming in and trying this Mythic Plus for the first time, seeing how fucking brokenly fucking shit it was, and then stop playing the game. And the problem is, you've got to think like first impressions count, where in some cases you'd have people might give your game one attempt. If your game then is got too many barriers to entry, or it's too toxic and elitist, they don't come back and get a second attempt. So your first impression of your game then is it's bad. You then lost that player potentially for life. And it's like all because they poorly designed a system in the game towards like your more elitist gamers. They're not all toxic, some of them are, but your more elitist gamers. If you design a game around being elitist, eventually you're going to have no game. Because not everyone's in that mentality. You've got to think majority of games these days, the bulk of the player base is casual players. World of Warcraft, I would say their player base is 90% casual. Of your hardcore players, that's going to be your super hardcore elite PvPers like I used to be, I'm not anymore, and your top end like 1% key pushers and your mythic raiders. If you cater the game towards that like 10% or less, you're not going to have a game. Your game is going to be shit, especially as an MMO, where you need like a really big player base for it to be decent to play. If you've got nobody playing it and not servers a low pop, who's going to want to play that? It's same as fucking Elder Scrolls Online. It's fucking dead. It's non-existent. Are you dev or a content creator? No, he's a content creator. I just can't remember his name. But he's a content creator, but he does... I'm pretty sure there's mythic raids, but I could be wrong. But he definitely does high mythic keys. But I think he fell out during... I think he fell out with World of Warcraft during Shadowlands. For obvious reasons. But he fell out with World of Warcraft then. And I think he came back in Dragonflight. I think he quit like... part way into Season 2 in Shadowlands, I remember him saying. So he took a break from it and went on Final Fantasy Online. That one's not on fire, that one's not on fire, these aren't the ones I need. Oh, I'm in combat, oh no, this fucking... Ugh. Could have been Quasi. I feel like WoW's a game that's either really good or really bad, depending on what you do. It's just, in some cases, because some of the developers, example, we use Ian, right? So, Ian Hazikostas initially started out as a gamer. He wasn't a developer. But he was a gamer at the high end. Like, he was playing the game back when I was in vanilla. He's one of the first few people that figured out that Seathun was mathematically impossible. And he basically laid the law down to Buzzard and said, look, fix your fucking game, or I'm going to take my entire community and leave your game. And I'll rip your game to pieces. And so they hired him as lead developer. Hi, Odd Night, and Merry Christmas, buddy. And he basically got them to fix the game, they employed him, and he's added systems in. Now, Ian is still a Mythic Raider today. They're not one of the top, like not like a Hall of Fame guild, but they do clear cutting edge before like the end of the tier. Probably like a month or so before the end of the tier. They don't clear it super fast, but they do clear it. So he's a good player. He's a decent player. But he's obviously in some cases, as a elite level player, he's making the content geared towards elite level players. Something that Ian's missed is the majority of the player base aren't like him. The majority of the player base are like Overlord, or like that Augmentation Evoker, the one that's like inactive as hell. They're more casual players who play like 1 or 2 days a week, 3 days a week. You know, that he plays it every single night when he gets home, and then he works on the development of the game when he goes to work. The guy lives on the goddamn game. So he's basically kind of put his own opinion into the game and built the game around how he plays it, which is a bad thing to do as a game developer. You've got to cater to the majority, not the minority. If you cater a game towards all your elite level players, you wouldn't have a game. If Final Fantasy did the same thing, if Final Fantasy catered their game towards the players who can run Ultimates, they wouldn't have a game. The vast majority of their player base can't do Ultimates. Ultimates is like the fucking hardest content they do. Even Savage, I've heard, is pretty fucking hard. So there's no fucking way you can design a game that way and it worked for long. So he's going to have to lower the barriers to entry, make the content easier, and then remove add-ons, which will keep it still challenging. Because without add-ons making the boss fights easier, it's going to then still be harder for those players. Wish I had that kind of energy for WoW, not gonna lie. There's only 2 Ultimates and expansion. I don't know how many there are, all I know is it's difficult content, or supposed to be. But I saw the recent, like, they did a race to world first for Ultimates. The Ultimates seem to be quite embarrassing to complete in terms of length. I don't think they're going to get many sponsorships for the length of an Ultimate. I know there's no trash and they go straight to bosses, but they are completed way too fast. Because some of the Ultimates are getting completed inside a day. You'd never get a World of Warcraft Mythic Raid completed in a day. One of the worst ones recently was like Aberrus, that was, I think, finished in 3 days. And that's a short one. But most of the raid tiers should last at least a week, if not more. I'd probably say like anywhere from 9 to 14 days is where a raid tier should be at. I think if it goes over 2 weeks, it's probably a... No! Fuck! Yeeted. Fucking goddamn Weblash Zekvia, suck my ass. Fucking sticking his nose in. Giant floating dickhead. Oh god, I wish Blizzard would fix this shit though, so you can click on stuff in brands nearby. Fuck me. Ooh. Fucking sneaker. God, did I see one more around there? No. Care about, but I think some people have a big issue how narrative of the story game is bad now. Last thing I care about, the other Emerald Nightmare fell within 17 hours. Emerald Nightmare, yeah, but that's because the last boss were a fucking joke. The last boss is supposed to be a war for like pretty much every guild. In Emerald Nightmare, the last boss, which was Xavier's, I think it were, he was the easiest boss in there. It was a joke. Most recent Ultimate was crazy fast, yeah. The one before that lasted really long though. One issue was FRU was that the puzzle was solved too fast, to be honest. I think Blizzard also fucked up where they had bosses had LFR health. I think they fixed it really quickly though. Yeah, sometimes you'll get bugs and mistakes, but it's like if you get content in the highest difficulty that falls over really easily, I can or sort of say not really easily but really quickly. That's bad when you've got like a race to world first esport content that draws a lot of attention to Blizzard's game. even people who don't play World of Warcraft come and watch it. It's really, really big for that. Oh, there's 3 here. Good. Specifically, the way Ultimates are designed is there's always one kind of easy mechanic that's not too obvious and has multiple ways to be resolved. It's not actually clear how you do it right. And the puzzle was so hard it eventually solved by data miners. Data miners solved it there. Where's the think he's going? Get out of that fucking bush. Son of a bitch. There we go. Face Ifrit Titan Gruda back to back. Then I followed back Ultimate Weapon. However, the first time people reached Ultimate, he instantly one-shot the entire raid. Harsh. See, one thing I know the development team do in Final Fantasy is I know that the development team there actually complete their own ultimates, where I know the World of Warcraft team don't do that. Some of them do it with their guilds in their personal time, but they don't personally complete the unnerfed raids. And the reason for that is they're not good enough. Most of the developers of World of Warcraft aren't capable of doing the raids in their unnerfed content, in their unnerfed form. It's designed for the world first raiders, best raiders in the world. They're not designed to do it. So the content's that hard, even the developers who make the content can't complete the content. So it does make you wonder sometimes why they make content that difficult if they can't internally test it properly. It's really weird. This is what I think. This is what they're working towards as well for bringing it to console. They need to make it easier, but then when they get rid of add-ons, that will make it harder by getting rid of add-ons, because a lot of players are overly dependent upon add-ons too much, especially weak auras. Weak auras is really bad for like just nullifying boss mechanics. I think add-ons have had their heyday now. We've had 20 years of this shit. Probably you can discount the first 2 from vanilla, because it weren't as much of a thing there. And they need to get rid of add-ons now and let us see what the game's like without add-ons. Because personally, I think people would enjoy it a lot more. I've done this entire tier odd night, not a single add-on. I had no problems. I were avoiding more mechanics than most of the guildies who've got add-ons.
Hello.
Overload. I need 2. There's one of those 2. Fuck. Means I've got to kill these. What the hell that were? One of them played Chocobo music when I mounted. I read next raid tier is also on 8 bosses. It is, yeah. That's going to be a continuing thing, Plu, because they've said what one thing that Ian looked at is the average guild now, average raiding guild, should I say, in World of Warcraft, raids 10 hours or less, and usually 4 days or less. So majority of guilds aren't raiding 5, 6, 7 days. They're like your super hardcore guilds that are basically probably going for like Hall of Fame or trying to like have a top 3 to 500 world ranking. Majority of guilds don't have that kind of time. Majority of players don't want to play that amount of time. Me personally being one of them. Even if I could get Hall of Fame, I don't want to fucking play World of Warcraft 5, 6, 7 days a week. No, thank you. I enjoy the game, but I want to have a life as well. There's other things that I want to play and that I want to do. But yeah, basically he said because guilds only raid 10 hours or less, they're trying to factor in how can a guild clear a tier in not just normal and heroic but in mythic before the end of the raid tier. Because what Ian wants is more guilds to start getting cutting edge. But one thing he's kind of skipped over is the reason guilds don't get cutting edge is not because of the time they've got to play the game, it's because the content's too difficult. Because the content's geared towards the best add-ons, the best players in the game. And even your cutting edge guilds that have got some good players, some of those might get cutting edge by the end of the raid tier. It might take them like a full 6-7 months to kill the last boss once. It's too hard. They need to reduce the difficulty of some of that content down. Keep it difficult for the Race to World first. Once the Race to World first is over, nerf the fucking content. Nerf it. It doesn't need to be kept at that high a ceiling like for 6-7 months. It's stupid. So they're going to be basically the bulk of bosses now are going to be oh no, he stunned it there. The bulk of the raid tiers now, I think, are going to be between like 8 and 12 bosses. I don't think you're going to see 13 or 14 bosses in a raid anymore. And I think 12 will be like the upper limit. I think most are going to be probably between like 8 and 10. You're not going to see like those massive raids anymore. Which is a shame, because some of the best raids I've ever made, like Orjuar, like Throne of Thunder, they were big raids. A big raid isn't a problem for the players to clear it if the content isn't that overtuned. If it isn't that difficult, guilds can clear it in 10 hours. it's where, again, Blizzard has the idea of, all right, well, you can't clear it because you're only raiding 10 hours, so we're going to add in less bosses. No. You can still have big raids, just make the content not as overtuned. You've got to kind of make it more agreeable for, say, your average heroic raiding guild. You won't cater it to normal raiding guilds, and you won't cater it to raiding guilds that don't clear heroic. But for like your average raiding guilds that clear heroic, within probably, say, 3 or 4 months, they've then still got 3 or 4 months, depending on the length of the raid tier, to do Mythic. And they can probably clear Mythic in that time frame if the content isn't that fucking overtuned. But that's something they've got to solve internally. But Blizzard continually, like, miss the most obvious fucking shit. I don't know how they do it, but apparently they do. And it's not people saying, oh, they don't care anymore, because they've mentioned it in multiple interviews. It's something they want to change. And me personally, if I was a developer for Blizzard, and I was making one of the heroic bosses, I would want it to be completed by like 2.5% of the player base. I'd be like, what's the point of even making this fucking boss? I'm making the boss this hard, and nobody gets to enjoy it or see it. It's fucking crap. It's like, what? It's like, how does that make any fucking sense? I could never imagine making a piece of content for that few people. I really couldn't.
Hello.
Hi, Minnie. Oh, shit. I'm ready for that. To be honest, I do miss Warward's design a little in XIV. XIV raids are strictly 8 players or 24 players. I like that WoW's got flexible raids. That's something, in my opinion, they've got over Final Fantasy. I think a raid size should be double that of a dungeon group. If a dungeon group is 5, it makes sense for a raid to be a minimum of 10. But then they should be flexible. But I think they probably need to look at, in some cases, this is one thing they could do. And, well, I've got Minnie here. Minnie's opinion on it as well. What if they made Mythic raids flexible from 10 players up to 20? So, you know, smaller guilds could do them. That would be a way to get more guilds to do Mythic. Because then they could probably easily get 10 players, where a lot of guilds can't get 20. I mean, if we could do it with 10 plus players, we could easily do Mythic. We'd have been in Mythic already.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the content would be easy, but we'd be in Mythic trying it. I think that's also an issue, is that they haven't added in scaling Mythic difficulty. It's something they should probably add in. I think it's because they probably think that, like, your Race to the World First guilds, I'd probably just take their 10 best players and basically downsize the size of the guild, or something like that. I don't know.
I mean, what is scaling of that though?
You what, sorry?
The scaling is gonna be an issue.
Well, yeah, but they scale heroic, they scale normal. Why can't they scale mythic? It's the same thing. It's the same boss. All it's doing is scaling the fucking health.
Yeah.
The damage don't go up. The damage is the same as it is for 10 people. Obviously, some mechanics can be harder for smaller people, like smaller raids. Like if you did Silken Court with the fixate bugs, when they're chasing like a third of your raid team, that's harder than if they were chasing 3 people out of 20. You've then got a more wiggle room on some mechanics. So some mechanics are harder with less people. But a lot of guilds can't get 20 players online. So it's like if they do want to get more people into Mythic raiding, maybe consider making it scalable from 10 to 20. So you can still take up to 20, but you can also do Mythic with 10. So obviously at that point you're going to take 2, 2, and 6. Eight players just sponsors me spawn facing the boss. That's it. I missed the trash pack between bosses. I missed the slowly developing deep in some giant keep. I don't mind some trash packs, but I don't like it when they overdo trash either, I'll be honest, Odd Night. Because when they overdo trash, it becomes too much. Because they had like way too much trash in like Castle Nathria. Way too much. It's like sometimes they just seem to go overboard with it, like in a massive fucking way. Huh.
Guess who is getting his 636 weapon on Druid? That's me.
How are you getting a 630? Oh, have you got your Gilded Crest to make your Enchanted Arbinger Crest thing, whatever it's called? Enchanted Gilded Crest thing. Grass, buddy. I'm hoping I get one in the vault personally. I need actually a weapon on both characters. Because I've got a veteran weapon on my paladin and I've got a champion weapon on my fucking warrior.
It's still gonna be a while until you catch up to my tank, though.
Oh, I won't catch your tank for a bit, but I don't need to. I don't need to either. That's the point. I don't really need to. I don't need to do it to do the mechanics. All I need to do is just keep communications open, and you just tell me when you need me to taunt swap. And then obviously we now know about Sikran, where we've got to like. It actually in a way kind of makes it easier. I've thought about it last night, because if you're say taking the first 2 exposers, and then I'm taking the phase lunge, I'm keeping him for the next 2 exposers. But then you're taunting before the phase lunge. And then you're going to keep him for the first 2 exposers. Then I taunt him before the phase lunge. So it gives that debuff chance to fall off. So it actually makes it somewhat easier, in my opinion. It's not harder. There we go, there's my vault for the vault done. 3, 6, 10, well, technically I've killed all 8 bosses, so we've got them all cleared. And then I've got 3, 6, 16s down here. But 3, 6, 10 options there. Hopefully I get something from Silken Court or Queen. Queen's got a nice one-hander I could use. What are my big ones I need though? Neck.
I think this is insane.
Weapon.
They are now selling ahead of the curve for 65k gold.
That's not even worth doing.
No.
I'm not being funny. You know that epic boots I got the BOE in the raid other day. They sell for that.
They sell for more.
No, they're selling for about 64k at the moment. I think you clocked it at 90. The price has gone down quite a bit. Some idiots have gone and just started dropping the price down like stupidly. For some strange reason. I mean, I would like easier raids, but bigger, like Ulduar Nax, Throne of Thunder. Obviously not as easy as those ones. Well, to be fair, like Throne of Thunder, for example, that was technically close to mythic difficulty that you have now. They just called it like heroic hard mode. You had really hard raids then. You could even get cutting edge. You could get cutting edge achievement from those raids, but they were obviously tailored to 25 people. So that was a 25-person raid. It wasn't 20 like the current mythic, but those were quite hard raids. Some of the bosses in it were probably quite a bit easier, but they were the later bosses in those raids were close to what the mythic bosses are now. Probably not some of the later ones, but some of the bosses definitely. And I'm with you though. I would like the raids to be easier. It's a less barrier to entry, and then if they're going to get rid of add-ons, the developers haven't got to make the bosses wrong add-ons anymore. make them around the base game, as you should be doing anyway. All the developers do, really, is they're making more work for themselves. They're like, right, what weak cores are they going to make? What weak cores have they got on file? What could they use to basically beat these bosses? So it's like, you know, they're making more work for themselves by tailoring it to like add-ons and weak cores. Because one thing Blizzard can do, and it's literally something the easiest thing they could fucking do, they can block, you know, use of their API for add-ons. The thing that enables you to install add-ons in World of Warcraft, they can disable that with a basically flick of a switch. The click of a button.
And what do you think is gonna happen when they do that?
Well, the idea behind it is, some people might complain, you know, boo-hoo, fucking, you know, if you need an add-on that badly, you're not that good at playing the game, to be fair. If the people for cosmetic add-ons, Blizzard can make their own version and put it into the core game, which is something that Ian's mentioned on that interview. So if they're going to make their own version of the add-on and put it into the core game, do that. Do that, then flip the switch.
Yeah, but the problem, if they flip a switch to remove all the add-ons in the game, at least around 80% plus is probably gonna quit the game.
I highly doubt that. I highly doubt it.
Highly believe that.
There might be a lot of people in the game who use add-ons. Would they quit the game because they can't use add-ons? Fuck no. No, they're not. Of course they're not. Because for a lot of people, this is their go-to game. And they'll just find a new way to try and play it and enjoy it without it. If they're telling me they need an add-on to play the game, I'm not being funny, they're a shit player. If you need an add-on to play this game, you've got fucking problems. Because that means you're not really playing World of Warcraft, you're playing World of Warcraft plus a third-party add-on. That's what you need then to play the game. So you're not really playing WoW, I'm playing WoW as it's intended. I use no add-ons, and I love the game. I don't need any fucking add-ons.
I know you love the game, I know you hate add-ons, but it's so useful. Why make it harder
right.
when you can make it easier?
This is my point though, right? A lot of players say they want challenging content. So they're saying to Blizzard, don't make the raids easier, which they need to do to bring in more players, more new players, right? But then these same players who want challenging content use 17 fucking add-ons to make the game easier. So if they get rid of these add-ons that make the game easier and just make the bosses easier, won't that have the same effect? Because the add-ons you're using are making the game easier anyway. You want the game to be challenging, just uninstall the fucking add-ons. Play it like it's fucking supposed to be played. Jesus Christ, it's like... Some of the people are like... It's like talking to a plant. Honestly is. It really is with some of them.
I mean, some people are. I mean, I'm for add-on. I would love to see Liquid get the rank 1 with no add-ons.
Yeah, see, I think for Race to World first, it would be amazing. Because I'm not being funny, right? I used to do arenas at highest level, right? When I did arenas, you can't use add-ons in Arena World Championships. You've got to play it on a private server. Can't they put like the top 10 guilds in the world on a private server with no add-ons? And make them do the Race to World first with no add-ons? That'd be fucking impressive. Because I'd love to see how many more pulls they've got to do of a mythic boss, unnerved, with no add-ons, no weak cores to help them. Let's see how good those players actually are. Not how good they are with the add-ons saying, do this, do that, do this. Playing basically 60% of the encounter for them. And these are players who can already almost do the perfect rotation. It's like, what?
I mean, it's kind of like for me, I use add-on. It just makes a little ding when something happens and still need to look around.
It makes
tell me it's just a ding.
It makes a little ding for some, but then I've seen some weak cores that break boss mechanics entirely. Yeah. That's where you've got to draw the line, thinking, right, well, at that point, they're completely trivializing an entire boss fight. And it's like
that.
That's
I like my ding.
The ding's not bad, but don't get me wrong though. Couldn't Blizzard add you a ding into the core game, so you didn't have to use a third-party add-on? So then you can tailor it, and they could say, right, Mini, you can have a hum, a buzz, a ding, or a scream, and you can pick one of the noises you want to let you know when a mechanic's coming in, and then you get your notification as you would do, but instead of using a third-party piece of shit software, they've got to update all the time. Their core add-on is updated with the game, because it's in the game as it's intended. So, if they remove add-ons, there is in no way 80% of people leave this game. I think at best you'll see 20%. At most. The others will be like, fine, we'll just play it without it. Your PvPers won't leave, because they do it anyway at the highest level, because you can't use it. Your top-end PvPers won't give a shit, they'll be like, well, don't use them anyway. And I've just proven this raid to you. I have no notifications helping out. I've had to look at everything on my screen to know what I was doing. I've had to see a mechanic a few times first to see what I'm looking for. Once I saw the mechanic, it was easy. Many were sending me screenshots of raid damage. I was the lowest person taking raid damage when I was doing DPS, and I don't use add-ons. What does that tell you? Just be aware.
You want to know where all your focus is going?
What do you mean? Oh, you mean my hunter?
Person in raid damage, but you were also almost the lowest person in DPS as well, because you were focusing too much on dodging.
Yeah, but again, if they are changing boss mechanics to where you don't need add-ons, everyone's then going to be the same ballpark as me. Then all of a sudden the tables flip. My damage goes through the fucking roof because I've been playing the add-ons all the time. All these players that have got to get used to it, they're suddenly I'm looking at them in rearview mirror. It's like, well, I've got used to it. I'm playing the way it's supposed to be played, not the way that you get having add-ons doing it all for you. Not when you've got add-ons on screen like Helly Kelly saying, press this button, press that button, press that button, press that button. Literally mapping out your rotation for you. It's like, oh my fucking god. What happened to ever playing a class and learning how to play it yourself by pressing the buttons? Evolving a bit. It's like, at that point, are you even playing the game? Or is it add-ons playing it for you?
I mean, that's a Sikili. Then you're talking about some other add-on.
I don't know, but it is whatever it is with the fucking rotation. I don't think. World first clear of FIU was exposed to a plugin that shows exact hitbox, things like that as well. When you dodge mechanics, you go fully AFK from the fight and don't look at your feet. That's got nothing to do with add-ons. I don't always look at my feet. If it's add-ons, it depends on what it is. If I'm my DPS wasn't as good on my hunter, don't get me wrong, but bear in mind, I just started playing hunter this raid tier. I'm brand new to hunter, brand new to DPS. I've tanked for 14 years. The funny thing is, as soon as I started tanking on Prop Warrior, we killed Heroic Queen. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? I went straight to tanking, put Matrix on DPS, because Matrix is better DPS than me, completely admit it. He's far better at damage than I am. But Matrix has been playing DPS as long as I've been playing tank, pretty much. So he's got all the experience in DPS, I've got it in tank. I switched to doing tank with Mini, week 1 we kill the boss. Dead.
I mean, how many people were in that raid? Those DPS normally above 1 million. Well, that's what I'm saying. There were good players in there, don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is, I switched to tank because I'm better at tanking than Matrix. Matrix is better at DPS than me. Openly admit it, that's what he is. So I thought, right, Matrix can do 1 million DPS or close to it. I'll put Matrix on DPS, I'll tank. Because my damage is negligible anyway, won't make a difference. But can I do the tank mechanics? Once I learnt the tank mechanics Mini, what happened? Boss died. Yeah. I didn't need mechanics for it, I didn't need add-ons for it. Did it? Did it kill boss? It edged. 1 week on fucking tank, we killed boss. Simple as that. All I think it means I've got to play things that I know, not things that I don't know. I'm not going to get like a 2-year raid tier where I've got a chance to learn like a new class, a new spec, and try and learn all the intricacies of it. But I've never relied on add-ons for rotations and stuff anyway. My entire life. Even in arenas, because again, arenas you couldn't. But in arenas it was less about DPS in arenas, it was more about how you control the enemy team. When to line of sight, when not to line of sight. Who was going to be a focus target. Were you going to pop some minor cooldowns on the healer and then switch for DPS and murder him? You know, it was more about the tactics of it for PvP. And players can outthink you. Yeah, arena's more like chess. The raid encounters are designed to be beaten. Just the mythic raid encounters are tailored towards people using add-ons and are far too hard. If World of Warcraft's going to draw back the overuse of add-ons, the encounters will become easier for players like me, but harder for players that are dependent upon add-ons. They won't be easy by any stretch, because if they get rid of add-ons, I think a lot of people are going to struggle. I'd love to see a race to world first with no add-ons.
I'd love to see how they do. Because I bet they would have a lot longer time in there. That would show us how truly gifted they really are. That's something I would like. That'd be good. That'd make for some great content to watch as well, though. That'd be top tier. Thought about an MMO, I think Blizz is more or less wasting resource for PvP given how dead it is. Obviously, it's not like no one does PvP, but it's not great. PvP's been dead since WoD. It's been dead since WoD, Blue. And I speak as a person who used to play PvP at the highest level. I'll show you something, Blue. Log out on this. You've seen this up here. It says mode. You click this. New game modes coming soon. 100%. That's going to be Plunderstorm. Plunderstorm and things like that, they're the future of World of Warcraft PvP. But you don't need a character in the game for it. Then what Blizzard can eventually do is dial back all the talents and skills that are more PvP related. Example, for a hunter, one of the pets has a Mortal Strike effect. Mortal Strike effect is pretty much exclusively for PvP. You don't really need it in PvE. Most ads don't heal. And bosses almost never heal. If a boss heals, then it's part of the boss mechanic. And this is just something you've got to do to prevent them healing or slow down the healing or something like that. I mean, they already showed in the roadmap they released it, Plunderstorm that is. Oh yeah, Plunderstorm are going to come back 100%. Plunderstorm is popular people who don't even play World of Warcraft. That's how well Plunderstorm did for Blizzard. Plunderstorm was I wouldn't play it myself because I'm not a fan of Battle Royales, but Plunderstorm is content I would happily watch. Plunderstorm was very, very watchable, which for PvP, generally for me, is quite rare, because most PvP is fucking boring.
Well, they already announced that
I know.
Plunderstorm was coming anyway, so...
We know that, but obviously, with that modes button up there now, 100% you're going to have more things like that. They might eventually remove PvP from WoW. They might do. Because does it serve a purpose anymore, really? Horde and Alliance have got a truce. Eventually, at some point, they're probably going to have a full-blown alliance where you can, trade to Horde members in your guild and stuff as well. I don't know why you can't do that already, personally. There's no point. PvP's been dead since WoD. They killed it when they allowed classes to open with all their CDs and one-shot somebody. If you can one-shot a player, that's got nothing to do with skill. That's all to do with, I've got the gear and the damage to burst this player in one CD rotation. That's not skill. Any retard can do that.
Now on to my next part of my assignment.
WoW needs just to copy-paste XIV PvP. I think WoW needs to remove PvP altogether. I think one thing that would make WoW unique in its current market is have an MMO that's purely PvE focused. Get rid of the PvP. Because a lot of the abilities you use here, right? We've got abilities sometimes that can do like 1.5 million damage, right? Now that ability is obviously tailored towards dungeon, delve, and raid bosses that have got hundreds of millions of health. In raid bosses' case, billions of health. So that's what that's tailored towards. But when they go into PvP, that same ability can't do that same damage, because otherwise you're going to completely and utterly slaughter players that have only got, say, like 6-7 million health. So it's it makes Blizzard's ability to balance the game easier, but they haven't got to nerf and buff abilities towards PvP damage when bosses have got far more health. Stop being a paladin, turn to a PvP paladin. It's an entirely new kit designed specifically for PvP. I think out of any content in the game, PvP is one which you most likely not get new players playing. It's already impossible to get into people played like 10 years. One example, oh god, what's his name? Begins with a V. He's a PvP guy. Forgot he's watching the other day. PvP guy anyway. He was talking to his stream. Venruki, thank you. Where's Venruki? Venruki was doing his PvP the other day. He was on stream talking about it. While he was doing it, he was waiting 47 minutes in solo queue. That's how bad PvP is. 47 minutes for solo queue. If I'm doing solo queue, I want to be in a game in less than 5 minutes. Ideally less than 3. I don't want to be waiting 47 minutes for a match. It's not... That's the length of a League of Legends match. And you're waiting to get into one that could be over in 3 minutes. And then you've got, what, another 47-minute wait? Fuck that off. Get that shit out the fucking game, Buzzard. Focus on PvE. Double down on delves, dungeons, raids, and if you want to, even bring in another PvE content, like Brawler's Guild that you're bringing back. Make Brawler's Guild a fourth pillar of PvE gear by being able to solo bosses in the Brawler's Guild, but the bosses have mechanics. You don't do mechanics right, you're dead. And then you can add in new bosses every tier that are, more difficult, have more advanced mechanics. Why not do that? PvP's been dead since WoD. You guys are the ones that killed it. One thing related to PvP that I like is some of the PvP sets look badass. Yeah, but in terms of the PvP sets, they can always add those into the game through one of the PvE systems. Or they could even put it on Trading Post. You know what I mean? They could do it that way instead. But it don't make sense anymore for the Horde Alliance to be at war and the Horde Alliance to be killing each other. And we've had 3 wars now, depleted our people to the breaking point, and all we're trying to do is to protect Azeroth, protect our world. If the Horde Alliance separate, again, and they do each other over, any faction can just come in and just destroy Azeroth. They need to work together. They need each other now more than ever. Not just for the gameplay, also for the lore. It makes no sense for them to be fighting. It doesn't. It's completely stupid. Right. I'm going to take my camera off here a second. Actually, can I just do that? I can. Take my camera off. I'm just going to go to Lou, and I'll be... Yeah, I'm leaving my character in this delve. There's one thing I can also do is, because the delve hasn't got a timer, unlike a dungeon, I can actually go to the toilet if I need to. So
remember the last time you left your character in the delve and you randomly started getting attacked, though?
Yeah, I don't know what that were though. But if I move, I'll move back here. I'll move well out of the way. But example is something you can do here that you can't do if you're in a current Mythic Plus. If they bring lives into Mythic Plus that will then have synergy with delves, I think that's a good idea. They just need to implement a system that will work around it. The problem is that too many people who've been doing Mythic Plus since they came out think a timer is the only way they can do Mythic Plus. It isn't. There's a need to explore other avenues because a timer's boring. I'm very, very tired and done. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Hey, Minnie.
Hello.
I hate night shooters. We got sent an email saying that our assignment had been changed to a PowerPoint presentation. The only problem is everything I've done for the assignment makes no sense if you try and copy and paste it.
Okay.
So having to redo everything from scratch. I worked out that in total I'll probably have about 40 slides to do. Do. Worst thing is, it means I have to scan through Twitch trying to find an appropriate streamer to do a part of it on. For one of the games I really hate.
What?
uh, uh, for one of the things that I have to do, I actually have to pretty much search through Twitch for someone who's just new to streaming but streaming CS:GO that also lists the specs of all their hardware. Why did it have to be CS:GO?
I'm back. One thing I will say, I think I'll definitely adopt into my tanking role, double down on what I already know. Because mechanically, as I said, I'm a very strong player, mechanically. Obviously for DPS, I haven't got the time to learn it. Not if I've got to try and find another active, reliable tank. Just ain't gonna work, and it's not that good for the guild either. If I've got to try and faff around with it, so I'll just stick to what I know. All I've got to do is do the mechanics right, stay the fuck alive. That's basically it. DPS, obviously you do what you can as a tank, but your DPS is negligible. You're not relying on tanks to be able to kill a boss unless it's like bosses at like 1-2% health, and tanks are pretty much all you've got left alive. But even then, at that point, you've almost pretty much wiped the boss anyway. Obviously, what you'd ideally want would be a cleaner kill. Oh, did I switch that button round? I did. Where did I put it? I put it on N. What the fuck? I'm just going to stick to what I know. It makes it easier for the guild, easier for me. It's not something I wanted to do. I did want to try and do DPS and like be able to learn it, but obviously not going to work with like the slim pickings of tanks these days. And being able to find somebody who can raid at these same times. The one thing I'll probably have to do is let somebody else raid lead, because raid leading and tanking just isn't ideal. I want to be able to focus on what I'm doing. So I'll probably look at like getting somebody like Mini to do call outs, or somebody that's just got basically confident call outs, something like Mog or Was if Wassa wants to, but I think Was will be focused on his healing thing. And I'll just get basically somebody else to do the call out stuff for guildies. I'm just going to focus on my tanking stuff, then I ain't got to worry about other things. Because that's where you make mistakes a lot as tank, is when you're focusing on what other people are doing and seeing that they don't make mistakes. And if I give that to somebody else rather than me, I can just focus on what I'm doing. And then tanking for me is, well, that's proven this week, very easy when you know what the mechanics are. When you know what you're trying to avoid, or you've got a pop a defensive for. I mean, I've learnt a thing or two as well with some of the new mechanics they put into the game now. Like some of the new tank mechanics, like Sikrans, can one-shot you even if you're not the initial target of his main ability. And then the Queen's 2 mechanics, Feast and Liquefy, they can delete you if you don't use a defensive. They can hit really fucking hard. So that's not how tank mechanics used to work. It's obviously something new that Blizzard have implemented, which is fine. Obviously, you can't expect things to stay the same all the time. But at least now I know to look out for things like that. So if a tank mechanic's coming up, just prep myself in advance and pop a defensive where needed. Just in case. Don't completely rule it out, mate. It might just be a temp thing till the guild gets more flushed out. Don't completely rule what out, Kyle, what do you mean? I feel like I missed something there. Doing DPS. No, it's fine, buddy, because at the end of the day, just like Jamie, for example, right? We use Jamie. Jamie's a very good example. Jamie's a newer player to the game. He's got his first ahead of the curve with the guild when we killed it this week. He'll need a good full raid tier, maybe even a bit longer, to learn the intricacies of his Warlock. When you play a new class or a new spec, not always so much a new spec. So like, say you've been playing Warlock 3 years and you've been playing Affliction, and you switch to say playing Demonology, you'll probably have still a good understanding of how Warlock works. So going from spec to spec, you'll have some learning to do, but not as much. But if you've gone from tanking to playing Warlock, that's like starting the game from day one. That's a brand new thing to learn. Obviously, you'll understand some basics like, boss mechanics and stuff like that. You'll have some basic things. But how to then factor that into your rotation, when and where to do your damage, When is it safe to cast? When is it not? That's on a boss-by-boss basis while learning your new spec. You need a good couple of years to like get it down in most cases. So I would need really the same time as Jamie. If I was going to do PvP on the hunt or something like that, I'd need a good couple of years. I'd need like a full raid tier to like really get it down where I'm comfortable with it. So I know what I'm doing. And then I'd be able to do mechanics and deal good damage without having to faff too much with add-ons. But if I stick to tanking, I've got 14 years experience in tanking. I already know what I'm doing. So I ain't got to really faff or worry about it. I can already do it. Because it's literally more about surviving, literally, and doing the mechanics. Specifically for tank mechanics. There are mechanics that will hit the rage you'll have to do as well. But as I've already said, mechanically I'm a strong player. And then my DPS as a tank doesn't really matter. Because you don't rely on tanks to do DPS in that sort of way. You might do for like Mythic Plus. But I'm not talking about Mythic Plus. I'm talking specifically about raiding. About raiding, that's what your damage dealer's there for. Otherwise they wouldn't be called damage dealers. That's their job to really kill the boss. It's my job to make sure the boss doesn't kill them. Or at least go running around one-shotting people. And then you wipe on 0.01% and blame the tank. Did you see that thing, Wassa, that I linked in Discord, dude? Oh, I feel sorry for that guild, dude. I really do. I really do. I feel sorry for them. It's so bad. And it's not bad that they wiped at that. What we're assuming, Plum, is we're assuming the boss enraged. We're assuming the DPS has probably been reduced because they lost some players early on. We think the boss might have enraged. If it's enraged, it's instant death. Unless you've got like an immunity. So obviously whatever tanks they had probably didn't have an immunity. So I think the boss enraged. That's what I'm gonna go with. I don't know what else could have stopped the tank from killing their boss at that lower health. Because that can't have been much health on Mythic Sulcan Court. I wiped in a Mythic Pug on Trash at 300k HP. Hang about, what? You wiped in a Mythic Pug on Trash? Oh, on Rash. Oh, do you mean Rash? Sorry, I read that as Trash. I was like, what? How the fuck do you wipe on Trash? If you wipe on Trash, just uninstall the game. Yeah, I was wondering, I was looking at it then, I was like thinking, my brain just defaulted to saying Trash, so it like filled in a gap for a letter that wasn't there. And I was like, does he mean Trash? I'm like, oh, he meant Rashanan. I don't normally abbreviate him quite so heavily. You think Rash is trash? Well, from what Transit's told me, to be fair, apparently Rashanan is the first boss in Mythic. There's quite a step up. Apparently the first 3 are quite easy, like similar difficulty. But apparently Rashanan's quite a step up in Mythic. I'm not sure what other mechanics it brings to the table, but obviously it must make Rashanan a little bit more scary than the previous 3. But then obviously you hit the big boys, you hit fucking Kai Vessa and fucking Overnax. Yeah, but I'm not being... what you said as well, Russell, I'll go back to what you said. At 0.01%, I'm not being funny, you can't blame that on the tank. If you're wiping at 0.01%, that's because numerous people throughout the raid have fucked up. that'll be like a raid-wide fuck-up. You can't burn the tank there for not getting the kill. That comes down to the raid fucking up. And if it isn't enraged like I think it is, that means they had a number of DPS fuck up throughout the encounter that had died to stupid things. To like wipe at that. It's called people failing mechanics instead of wiping when half the raid is dead and try to keep going. In my case anyway, if you wipe on trash, just uninstall the game, yeah. Does this mean you think Rash is trash? Rash is pretty trash. Orgrax brewed 6 grand more health and damage from heroic. Rashinan first new mechanic. Still, if tank did 100k DPS more, it would be dead. If you wipe at 0.01%, you can blame anyone, but if a tank is doing the same damage as a healer, for example, even I'd say something to them. I don't think I do the same damage as a healer. I think I'm above the healers in damage, absolutely. But even then, I'm not going to put a wipe on a tank if you've continued going with some deaths that have been from silly things, and you've died at that. That's on. I would be blaming the people that died first that we couldn't combat res. They're the ones that fucked up there in a big way. Me really, I don't like to blame anyone. I just like all right, we're wiped. Fucking res, get up, do it again. If you got it to 0.1%, you can kill the boss. I mean, you can probably kill most bosses if you can get them to like 15%. Because at that point, you're not going to see a new phase. You're not going to see any more new mechanics. You'll have already seen everything the boss has to offer. So if you can get a boss to 15%, you can kill a boss as well. Unless literally the boss is enraging at 15%, then you've got lack of damage. But is it because your damage dealers aren't good? Or is it because half your damage dealers are dead? Has been a person with Sparkling Rush. Have a good transit. Enjoy yourself. Merry Christmas, buddy. Regardless what happened, the reality shit to wipe at 0.0%, but then again, maybe even more impressive that they even made it 0.1% with all the mistakes they made. Well, that's it. It's probably what Transit said. So where Transit did a pug on Rashinan, and where they obviously had people die to some silly things early on, and they kept going, rather than wiping it. What they probably should have done was wipe it earlier, and then start the fight again. If it's a boss like that, you might be able to get away with 1 or 2 deaths. If it's somebody like Kyves that's tight DPS check, you can't get away with any deaths. Until, like, say, the third P1 where you're going for the kill. If you're going for the kill and you're into the third phase, and say a couple of players die there, you just try and push over that last third of the health and kill her. And when I say 2 players dead, I mean 2 players dead and no combat res. So, like, if you've already had 2 die and you've combat res them, and then 2 more die, I mean, like, they like, dead for the fight sort of thing. And if it's open court, you can't even res people, I think, unless they change that. It's only if they die to the orb, Plue. If they die to the orb thing, they can't be revived. It's specifically that mechanic. So, like, if you walk into somebody else with opposite colour orb and you die, neither one of you can be revived. In that point, though, unless it's, like, on the 3rd phase of the boss, and the boss is almost dead, again, you should probably wipe it at that point. Because there's 2 players there you can't revive. But that is an interesting mechanic, though, I'll be completely honest with you. Because a mechanic like that makes it so, like, you're really scared about fucking up that mechanic. So if they add that in across, like, an entire boss fight, you can't even use combat res. You know what I mean? It makes it really, really sketch. So you've got to play that fight like fucking flawless. Pretty cool, but apparently it's not super bad to handle from what I've heard. Well, no, because basically all you do is, in the raid from what I've seen with that one, is you basically kind of work it like you would do Bloodbound Horror. You basically have one team going left, another team going right, and you're going clockwise around the boss. So you're going clockwise around the boss, avoiding mechanics, and basically you play the game basically with the raid split in half, is what you're doing. So you never the two sides shall meet. It's kind of weird as well, because in this one raid, they've had 3 bosses, really, where you've got to split your raid. You've got to split your raid on Bloodbound Horror in all difficulties. You've got to split your raid on Ansarek in all difficulties. And you've got to split your raid on Silicon Court in Mythic difficulty. So they've had 3 bosses where you've essentially got to split your raid into half. So they've done a lot of that where you've got to split your raid up crap. I don't mind some of it, but I think if they overuse it, it's then like fucking another one of these fights. Where you've got to split again.
This is so sad.
I know. What's that?
I'm out healing your blood decay.
Are you in a dungeon?
Yeah.
Then you probably will.
No, I'm not supposed to out heal a decay.
Wouldn't that make you a bad healer?
It will make me a great healer when I'm out healing a DK.
No. Wouldn't it make you a bad healer if you can't out heal a DK? If you're a healer and you've got 4 targets to heal and he's only got 1, surely you should be able to put out more healing than he does. Unless no one's taking any damage.
I mean, when I'm healing, when I'm doing tens of my DK, I'm around 1,000,000 heal per second on my DK.
Mini, how's the warrior going, you slacker? Warrior? I don't think Mini's playing warrior. He's playing a healer for a start. I don't think warriors really heal.
He's dead again. He told too much.
He's classic warrior. Oh, right, okay. I'm not playing classic. I've done all that stuff before. Apparently, Russell wants a tank for classic or some shit.
I know. I know he needs it.
I can't believe you didn't know about PvP in classic, not being skill based. I'm surprised by that. I mean, honestly, I'm.
What, me?
Somebody as knowledgeable as you, yeah. I'm surprised you didn't know about it.
Know that PvP in classic is skill based. That's why I'm saying a rank 14 rogue can beat absolutely every fucking class in classic.
No, because it isn't skill based. That's what I'm saying. Isn't.
It is.
It isn't. Look
It
look how you get to rank 14. It's just a grind. That's all it is. You could grind it and literally just do it solo. You don't need a team for it. You can get rank 14 solo. As long as you're getting more honor kills than the week before, your rank goes up every week. So basically,
you still need to play the game 16 hours a day.
Oh, you need to play the game a lot, but I didn't say that's not skill.
And if you
that's
don't
duration.
Run shit during that 16 hours, you stupid as fuck.
Well, no, but obviously when you're in a battleground, you're not doing 1v1 fights. You're fighting, well, if you're doing them the smallest one, you're fighting at least 10 enemy players. If 2 or 3 enemy players jump on you, you're probably dead. Especially as a warrior that has like no sustain, no self-heal. Unless you've got a pocket healer nearby. If warriors have a pocket healer, they're devastating. Because unless you kill his healer, you can't kill him. But it's not skill-based to get rank 14 at all. You just got to play it for long hours and get a lot of HKs. But even the battlegrounds aren't skill-based. You try going into Alterac Valley and finding some skill-based combat in there. It's fucking 40 people. And you can summon a 40-man raid boss.
So we're not doing anything today then?
No, I've deleted the thing off, buddy. You know what? No, we're not.
I didn't even realise you had deleted it.
Yeah, have a look.
Oh.
The next raid that's up is Friday.
Okay.
So the ones that are up are all for like Friday onwards, next Friday onwards sort of thing. So after Christmas basically. Just there's not enough sign up for it. People are probably busy. Some are like doing Christmas shopping and stuff, last minute Christmas shopping, and oh god, and
I know what's out, but I'm in a necrotic wake.
but yeah, there's not enough people online for it, and only 8 like signed up anyway, and we can't do heroic. We can't do any more heroic. So only thing we've got option to us left is mythic. Of mythic, we need 20 people. So one thing the officers need to do is recruit some more fucking players. That's what we need. Need some more fucking players recruiting. We need like 4 or 5 more active DPS. That's all we need. For probably 2 of the 3 raid days. Because one of the raid days is going to be heroic reclear every week. So we're always going to have like 1 heroic day. So we'll do 2 days of mythic, more than likely. Unless at some point we really get going and the guild wants to do all 3 days of mythic, then we'll have like either an optional 4th raid day we can do off stream where you can do the heroic reclear, or people can just pug it now anyway, so they can just pug the shit if they want to. Get rag, hammer, and one shot everyone. Well, the funny thing is, one of the best hammers you can get as a warrior, if you're in vanilla, is you get something called the Unstoppable Force. If you get the Unstoppable Force, you spec into maces. If you go maces two-handed with arms, it's broken as hell. Because its proc chance is basically to randomly stun at the target for 3 seconds. And it has no diminishing returns. So you could stun them, and as the stun ends, stun them again immediately. And you can basically just keep a player infinitely stun locked as a warrior, basically making them dead. Very, very dead, very, very quickly.
Yeah, and they also had a shield called the
Immovable object. I had that for tanking for a long time because I couldn't get one in the raids. Because my guild wouldn't give me one.
And now you can just buy it for like 80 gold.
What?
Yeah, in Alteric Valley you can just go and buy it.
Do you still need Exalted Reputation with Altrac Valley though?
Doesn't say.
Because you used to have to get Exalted Rep with Altrac Valley. So I went in there farming rep all fucking day, every goddamn day, to get the rep for that. But that, if you have that mace, plus mace specialization also makes you be able to stun the target. So and that has a proc effect on Unstoppable Force that also stuns a target. So you have 2 stuns from the specialization and 1 from the item.
All the immovable object does now is increase your block value on your shield by 27.
No, I mean the hammer, not the shield, the hammer. What does the hammer do? The 2-handed hammer. The Unstoppable Force.
Yeah. Increase your chance to get a critical strike by 2% and chance on hit to stun the target for 1 second.
There you go. So that's 1 second from the weapon. They nerfed that. It used to be 3. And then you can get 3 from mace specialization on the warrior. So you can just stun your target all the time. Imagine being in the middle of your rotation and getting stunned by a warrior randomly. So fucking annoying. I used to love it. We're glorious. Hey Spec, I know you might not remember me, but it's okay. Of course, maybe Flopper. Used to play Finger with you. Used to play a Lethal Company, buddy. And I hope you're gonna have a nice Christmas, buddy. So Merry Christmas to you. Matt, you might not remember me, but it's okay. I've not been to stream because I don't like that you are doing World of Warcraft. I don't like that game, but it's okay. that you will not change just because I'm not liking it. It's because, buddy, I can play World of Warcraft with a lot of friends that are enjoying World of Warcraft as well. And as I said, if you did enjoy aspects of it, you're welcome to come join us. You know, you haven't got to always like come raiding and stuff. We have got a casual rank in the guild if you want to come and just do like dungeons or delves. Like I'm doing a delve here now. This is solo content. You can do this by yourself. And you can still get heroic level gear as well from the vault and stuff. So you can get some fairly decent gear from it. But it's just because I can play World of Warcraft with more people. Also, my community, bear in mind, bought me the game and a year's game time. It'd be rather rude to not use it, considering they paid all that money. And I do it.
Went a bit overboard on that, didn't we?
Well, you probably didn't talk to each other, did you? And just or everyone bought 2 months at a time. But it helps out. It helps out when I needed it most. Understand, like with a company, you can only get 4 if more the game just starts being dog shit. And Helldiver's same. Yeah, like any games like those, you can only have so many players in them. Like in this, even the group content I can take in 4 friends. I can have 5 players. I can have myself plus 4 other people. If I do a raid, like other day, I had a raid in there, we had 15 players. There's myself and 14 other people. I can't find other games like that where I can involve that many people and have a laugh. And then when we killed like the heroic bosses, the like Queen Ansarek, oh, it was so good. Felt so fucking good. I've got a clip while Jamie dying. Jamie fell to his death.
I'm burning rush.
I've clipped it for you, Minnie. I've clipped it. I've clipped it, and you get to hear his death scream.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. It's glorious. I mean, there's a number of new people trying it. Only thing I would say, Flapper, is they are making improvements to the game. They're simplifying it, making it less dependent upon add-ons. And as it comes towards the end of the World Soul Saga that we're currently in, they are bringing World of Warcraft to console. So, if you want to... No, I guarantee you they are. I don't know if it'll be exactly after the World Soul Saga, but they are 100% going to put it on console. I just don't know when. The only people that will know when would be the internal team. Maybe like Ian, Chris, maybe Phil Spencer. We'll probably know. It'll be really hush-hush. But they are going to bring it to console at some point, so if you want to play it on a console, wait until it comes on console. It'll be on console eventually, then you can just play it from your Xbox. Specs also got to think about streamability. WoW looks to be streaming quite well. Oh, streaming's been amazing. The watch time for last month was like 681 hours watch time, and the bulk of that was driven by the streams. The streams get like anything from 50 to 90 hours watch time on a stream. Where obviously the days where there's no streams, the watch time's like anything from say 4 to say 10 hours. And that's because the bulk of the content being watched is shorts, and shorts own like seconds long. Now the fact that I can put up a short that's say 10 seconds long and it generates 4 hours of watch time, that's a lot of fucking views. If it gets 10 hours of watch time, even more so.
Right, I'm going to head off here because I need to...
Have a good one, buddy. Merry Christmas.
Well, I'll probably pop in on Christmas Day to see how you...
I'll be in. I'll be on Discord. I'll be on WoW for a bit while Ella's making thingy. I know it's like you have determination to defeat that boss, and it's not like DBD where it's just pay to win or something. I didn't think DBD would pay to win. Is it pay to win now? Someone's so glitchy, and World of Warcraft like's always famous. I agree. Or I'ma say, dang. Also, you saw the new update of YouTube Shorts. Be specific, because I've heard a few things the last couple of days. Which one do you mean? Which update? Oh, 3-minute shorts, yeah. I've already done some. I've already put some up on the channel. Basically, shorts used to be up to a minute. It's basically now up to 3 minutes. So I've already did one that was like a minute and a half long. In most cases, though, with shorts, people like them to probably be like 20 seconds or less. They don't really like long shorts.
Disney Project Way. I think this DK is new to the game.
Could be. It's possible. Or it could just be new to DK. If you've not played it before, as I said before, if you've never played that class, it's like starting the game from day one. If he's never played a Death Knight at all, he won't have a clue what he's doing. Same that I had with Hunter. I never even played ranged DPS before, ever. So it was completely new to me. But I'll need a full raid tier to learn something like that, to like all the intricacies across like, you know, multiple raids, dungeons, delves, whatever. I need to be able to learn it. I ain't got the time to learn it because we're too heavy dependent on having active tanks, and we haven't got active tanks. So, well, we have now, but we didn't have. It's cool because some clips, like horror games, you have to stay quiet. It doesn't add up for 1 minute because you are crouching or something. There's something funny happens. You get to see more of the context. I'm going to see if I can get World of Warcraft. If you enjoy it, buddy, if you like it, obviously don't feel like you've got to get it. It's just if you like it or you think you might like it, give it a go. I mean, don't forget, Floppy. You can get a. Is it Mini? What's the free to play thing on WoW? Is it up to level 20 or some shit? How's it work these days?
20. You should be.
So you can play up to level 20 Flopper for free. So you can at least play it in the start, pick out a class that you think you might like, and see if you enjoy it. So, you know, don't like invest money in it first if you can play it for free. Play it for free and just see how it goes. Do you need to own the game though for that, or just download it or something? Mini. Do you need to own the game though for that, or have you got to just download it or something?
What do you mean, own the game? No, you can download it and free to play.
You just download it. You aren't gonna pay for the game like you used to have to in the past.
I don't think so.
All right, okay, fair enough. You just download it, Cal. Right, okay, fair enough. Cal would know. He's done it recently. Is that a use? That's a use. Oh shit, I've not got that on my bars either. Mea culpa. Put that there. Dude, I've seen so many ads trying to copy World of Warcraft like Albion Online. Think you can create a few characters as well? You will do, buddy. You will. There's lots of MMO games out there. The honest thing though, Flopper, is there's only 2 MMOs in the world right now worth playing, and that's purely because an MMO, don't forget, is going to be a massive multiplayer online. so it needs a massive community. The only two worth playing are World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy Online. They're the only two that have a big enough player base to be classed as massive. When Ashes of Creation comes out, that might be a third one. When the Riot MMO comes out, that might be a fourth one. But until they come out, we won't know. But at the moment, you've only got two. So there's two that are leading the field. So you either play one or you play the other. Basically the way that it works. World of Warcraft's the biggest MMO on the planet. And that's why, obviously, Phil Spencer and Microsoft are going to want World of Warcraft on the Xbox. Because having the biggest MMO on the Xbox and making it even bigger is going to be a massive fucking selling point for the game and the company. Huge. Also, this game's got really, really good lore. Like, cemented lore that's really, really, like, top tier. Because all the way back to Warcraft, when it was a RTS game. I think the best example of World of Warcraft is D&D. You know what D&D is, right? Dungeons & Dragons. Of course I know what D&D is. I got born yesterday. Dungeons & Dragons, though, is not really... It's not an MMO, per se. Try and kill me, will you, weed? I don't think so. What was the original? So everything else will be a copy in terms of mechs until they really reinvent the wheel. It's not so much mechanics, Kyle, because like Final Fantasy, Odd Night, I'll tell you, has got some good mechanics that are different to World of Warcraft's, and vice versa, some of World of Warcraft to Final Fantasies. One thing that Final Fantasy's got right is Final Fantasy properly illuminates their mechanics, so there's no colour contrast clash. So you don't get like Ovinax where you've got purple swirlies on a dark purple floor and you can't fucking see them. But World of Warcraft are changing that for Raid Tier 2, where they're not only doing brightly coloured mechanics that don't blend in with the floor, they're also going to have a shiny outline, a shimmer around the mechanic, so you can see exactly where the mechanic starts and finishes, so you know where not to stand. Because that is one of the problems they normally have, is that. That's why some players use add-ons to, in some cases, be able to see or deal with mechanics, because Blizzard do a poor job of implementing them. If Blizzard did a better job, players won't need as many add-ons, because they'd be able to see the fucking mechanic in the first place. What was the original? So everything else will be a copy. Sorry, I was meaning more the mechanics in terms of how the game generally plays, and they will play very similar. The one thing that's made World of Warcraft go throughout the years, I think, is one thing Minnie said the other day, is the quality of the combat. The combat has been good all the way back to vanilla. In a game like this, if you have good combat, you've got a good game, because the combat will carry the game through. If you've got a game that's got janky and weird combat like Elder Scrolls Online's combat shit. That's why the game's dead. Elder Scrolls has got lore, in some cases, arguably better than World of Warcraft's. But they made an online game out of it, and the combat's wank, so nobody plays it. They could literally put the World of Warcraft combat system into Elder Scrolls, and Elder Scrolls player base could literally go off the chains. And now that technically Elder Scrolls and World of Warcraft are owned by the same company, that's a possibility that could happen. Because one of the things they have done is they sent some developers from Blizzard over to Bethesda to help them with Elder Scrolls Online. So obviously that's Phil Spencer moving some assets around to help out. So I wonder what they're doing with that. But Elder Scrolls Online is like dead. I think somebody said the other day it had like 31,000 players. I'm not being funny, but even for an MMO, 300,000 players is dead. It's nothing. 300,000 players, you'll barely fill 2 servers. It'll be complete crap. The games like these, I'll show you an example here, right? Let's go on to Spooks. Let's go Guild Finder, right? So you've got Guild Finder, you've got small, medium, large. So let's just do large. We'll keep it on raids and let's do search, right? So was it defaulted to any? I said large. Right, so here we go, we're at large. I think for it to be classed as large, you've got to have like, I think at least 100 players. So these are just on the Alliance side, and Alliance, bear in mind, is smaller than the Horde. Horde's like probably 65-70% of the player base. Alliance is like 35%, 25%, something like that. These are all guilds across all servers. I mean, look how big some of these guilds are. That's got 987 characters in one guild. The cap for a guild is 1,000. They're 13 characters off the cap. This is just guilds. Think how many players aren't in guilds. Search hours, and here's ours. 225 people. Yeah, I mean, it's you need a massive amount of people to play a game like this for the game to work. If you haven't got a massive amount of people, your game's dead in the water. It's not like a single player game like Black Myth Wukong or fucking Elden Ring, where somebody can buy the game single player, play it, complete the campaign, and then either uninstall the game and not touch it again, or go back for it and try and play another character, or try and complete it in a high difficulty. This is a game where it's live online, live service game, constant updates. You know, you've got to keep your character up to date with gear and stuff like that. Make sure, you know, you keep an eye out on patch notes in case they remove some talents or abilities, because they do that all the time. They just did it to my Demon Hunter. And your class as well can go from being really fucking powerful in one expansion to being weak as fuck in the next. Doesn't mean it's not playable, but it might be a lot harder to do, say, the same type of damage we're doing. Or if you're a tank, for example, like Vengeance Demon Hunter at the moment is quite squishy. Now they wear leather anyway, but if they make a tank squishy, you've then got a real hard time trying to survive. You're gonna have to play your fucking tits off to stay alive. To be down. I mean, in all honesty, even if somebody new came to me, like example, like we had Rodrigo, whatever his name, I forgot his fucking name, that were on YouTube. He said to me, "Is it too late to like get into World of Warcraft?" I would say no. Every expansion is like a brand new game, so you're leveling up anyway. Everyone's got to level their character in new expansion. Even though it has got a aging player base that in some cases is more elitist, that's not everyone, and it's still the best MMO out there, in my opinion. There's things that can improve on it, absolutely. They can make it more new player friendly. That's if they want to grow their subscription base and have more people play the game. But that's up to them, for Blizzard to solve that. But there are parts of the game that are already really fucking good. I'll be able to play with a lot of your friends in your raids and jump online and do some cool and interesting boss encounters. That's good. That's what I want from the game. I don't care about dungeons and stuff like that. I don't give a shit about PvP. Delves are a new thing. Delves are just some solo content you can do in your spare time, a bit more gear. You can also go in here and, like, if you're playing something new or you're a new player, go in here and test out your rotation. You know, so you can get used to the game, familiarise yourself with the game. Get used to a few boss mechanics. You can use it like a little bit of a training tool. It's like this here, this is a frontal. Call that a frontal. The amount of times Mini tells me that someone's died from standing inside a fucking frontal infuriates me. It's like, how? It's one of these simplest mechanics to avoid, and it's always narrower the closer you are to the boss or mob that's casting it. So even if you're a ranged player, just stay in melee range. Walk out every time. It's like, fucking hell. No brainer. How hard is that? See, that one, that Legion mechanic, you can run out of that, I just don't give a shit because I'm a tank. Oh, bollocks, that can ascend? Study brand. He can't. Fuck. Oh, I got it, we got it. Did he stick last second? Oh my god. And see, like, this lives idea. I do like this lives idea because it encourages careful play. You don't want to do stupid fucking pulls and go in like a full retard, like you get some people doing a Mythic Plus, just so they can try and meet the timer. You get some people that play like complete muppets. More so in your lower keys, but you do get some people sometimes make mistakes in higher keys as well, from what I've been told. But I think if they implemented that system into dungeons, one, you'd have some synergy between delves and dungeons then, but then it would encourage people to play more carefully. It wouldn't be about speed, it'd be about your careful play. You need to play smarter. And when you're in raids, you're also playing it smarter. Because when you're in a raid, it's not about like go fast, go super fast. You've got to do the boss mechanics right. The bosses have a hidden enrage timer that you can't see. All bosses have one, even in normal. They can all enrage and wipe the raid. But that's just based on your DPS. But even if your players are like average DPS, you'll normally kill the boss if you do the mechanics right, well before the enrage timer. But you've got to do the mechanics right. It's about precise play, precision play. If you do fucking like mythic raiding and you go in there and you're like half-assing the mechanics, your raid's wiping every single time. That's why you see some guilds sometimes that can get like 1,000 plus pulls, 2,000 pulls. I heard about one guild on Fawn Avatar back in, I think it was Legion, and they did 3,353 pulls on Fallen Avatar. I mean, how they did that many pulls and didn't kill it, I don't know. Like, you know, to actually kill it, should I say? But how the fuck they had the mental resolve to stay there for 3,000 pulls for the first kill? Whew. Those players have got some fucking mental resolve. Absolutely. I don't think I'd be doing 3,000 pulls on a boss. Fucking absolutely not. $300 pulls? Sure. On some of the, you know, harder mythic bosses. Maybe even 600 pulls. In some cases. But I don't think we'd get closer than that towards 1,000, in all honesty. And I definitely wouldn't expect to be, you know, reaching multiple thousands. That's like this. I don't know what they were doing there. I really don't.
I'm gonna be leaving, so you take care.
You have a good Christmas minute, and I will speak to you. Well, I'll speak to you Christmas Day. If you're on at all, I'm gonna drop online and say hello to people. So if you're online, I'll say hello to you. If not, buddy, then you have a lovely Christmas, and I will probably see you for the raid on Friday.
Yeah, you have a lovely Christmas as well.
Thank you very much.
Bye bye.
Take care, good sir.
Yeah, take care.
I took that. These are all fake ones. Need that one there. I need the real ones. I need the fucking real ones. These ones here are like the fire coming out of them. They're the ones that are real. The hell did Bran find over there? She's unlocked all 7 bank slots. Mine are all full, sadly. Dinosaur, get out the way. What are we at on this? Oh, he needs to level us up, fuck. What I look at now is, though, with my my gameplay now I know what I'm focusing on. At least I've got it structured for next raid tier. So I'm not going to be jumping between like 3 or 4 different fucking characters. So I've got my prop warrior and my prop paladin. I've got 2 tanks. And that's just so we've got a little bit of variety, because I'll be tanking Matrix. I think Matrix bringing prop paladin, so I'll bring my prop warrior. But if Matrix say can't make a raid and we need something, somebody else has got a tank, and they bring a prop warrior, then I can bring my prop paladin. So I'm gonna try and keep them both like similar geared. Obviously, just one's gonna be the main for the raids, but I'm gonna make sure that they're getting the delve stuff every week and whatnot. And I've heard the delves are getting a mythic vault slot in raid tier 2, so at least that means I can get some mythic items on my characters from doing tier 10 delves. And for tanks, delves are fucking easy. So giving you tanks is no fucking problem. What the hell? Oh no! There I go, big guy. I want to avoid killing that. Oh my god. Have we got any curio things under here? No, I can't see any. There's one there though. There's one there. Down goes the big monster. And now I get a map. Fucking marvellous, of course I do. And that upgraded, apparently. And that's champion 4 out of 8. Crit verse. Ooh, crit verse leech. Ooh, we got an extra stat. That was the upgrade then. I've got to do 3 more delves still. Oh, God. Right, okay. Evening class will do 50% of the dungeon damage. What are you playing, Wasser? Huntard. Hunters could do good damage. Only problem with Hunters were they had to pay to do DPS because they had to pay for all the fucking ammo, which I thought was very unfair on the Hunters. Which is, I'm glad it's something they changed in Burning Crusade. Did they fix that for the classic re-release, Wasser? Or is that still the same? Plate always had eye repairs, dude. Yeah, believe me, it were fucking pain in the ass. You just got a neck piece, Was. I've got a triple stat on it. So I've got crit verse and leech rather than just crit and verse. I got another stat. I got a little bit of leech. I've got 3% leech now, which will do fuck all, but still I've got some. That one requires no crests. Ooh, upgrade that one. I'm not using my heroic stuff for that. No. My block is 48%. What the fuck is that so high? So I've got 47.55% chance to block. Blocking reduces damage of an attack by 36.24. Huh? I think Mage's got it easy. Warlock's got it easy, dude. It's only cast one fucking spell. You just spam Shadow Bolt. How many pieces I've got to change? Neck. Chest. Wrist, waist, boots, 1 ring, 1 trinket, ideally 2 because that one's not a tanking trinket either, and then weapon. It's got so much to change on how is this 613 item level when he's got so much bad gear? Fuck. That's so weird. Let's go into Kriegville. Classic does have a usable LFG tool now though. Oh, the imprinted looking for group. See, we never had that in Classic. That would have been a lot more better than having to fly to every fucking dungeon. No signing up though. Oh, right, okay. Well, at least it's something though. We never had any of that in Classic. Did they add in dual spec at all, Wasser, or is it still solo spec? I think they did. They added in dual spec, did they? Lucky bastards. Of course they fucking did. We never got fucking that. Why is Dagran almost dead? What happened here? That's the LFG thing. Alright, okay. At least you've got something, though. We never had anything like that in Classic. Fucking hell. Made it really harsh. I mean, it weren't until tail end of Raid Tier 2, going into 2.5 for AQ40, that they actually linked fucking flight paths. Believe me, that took in fucking ages to get places. What a bastard. BRB dinner. Go for it, buddy. Go for it. I'll be you. I'm not having mine until streams anyway. I'll stream a Dean for a bit. See people for Christmas and stuff. Just to pop in and whatnot. And then I'm going to have steak and chips. I've just got to try and go out if I can. And see if I can get some milk. take that. Whew. What the hell? Give me that. I need to sort out this clicking system on these candles, I'll be honest. There's 3 over there. If I get one of these... Okay. but did I use a potion? Oh shit, I need to be careful with that button. Switch those two round. I don't be wasting potions willy-nilly. Oh shit, hang on, what? Oh shit, no. Oh. It's on Q. Used to put it on Q. Fucking muscle memory. Oh shit, I ain't done. Yeah, I didn't activate my map on it, put my map on it. Make it actually look worthwhile. See if we can get something good. Is that door open? It is. Okay. The hell? How quick did that die? Hey, Blue! Welcome back, my amigo. Merry Christmas to you as well, my brother. Merry Christmas to you all, buddy. Merry Christmas to you all, my man. I hope you have a good one. As I said, I'll be on Christmas Day anyway, so if I'll be on for a bit while Mrs. making dinner. If you guys want to chat, I'll be on for a bit. I'll be on Discord as well, so I can always come chat it up if you want to have a chat on Christmas Day. Because I know some people are alone this Christmas, so I'm going to endeavour to make sure that my guildies are all okay. We're not just doing it for the guild purposes. I like at least to think we're friends. I want to stay that way. That seems to die really fast, my paladin. Nice, I think I just got an upgrade. Oops, shit, sorry, what was that? Oh. That was a trinket. Which one do you find more difficult, Prot Warrior or Parley, or are they more or less the same? I don't find either one of them difficult. They're both quite easy, to be fair. They're not difficult at all. Tanking's what I'm used to. Obviously, I've spent the bulk of my time tanking as Prot Warrior, but Prot Warrior's got things added into it that's weren't there before. Like when I last tanked on Prot Warrior, there was no Ignore Pain. Ignore Pain didn't exist. But basically, you kind of had one ability like the Paladins got. You just had Shield Block, but your Shield Block, basically the duration, it would increase your block chance for 6 seconds, and then you could use the second charge as that first one expired. So you could always have your shield block up 100%. I've heard that Guardian Druid is one of the more easier tanks. I've heard it's got a simple rotation, but to be fair, the rotation here is not complex. Your rotation here is 5 buttons, really. You've got Judgment, Hammer of Righteous, Shield of the Righteous is your only spender, Avenger's Shield, and Consecration. Everything else is just optional, because you've got like your Trinket, your Taunt, your Interrupt, you know, all your defensives, offensives. Your core rotation is 5 abilities. It's not hard. And tanking's far easier for me to play than DPS because I'm good mechanically anyway. And I ain't got to worry about doing mass amounts of damage because I'm a tank. All I've got to do is stay alive. Which is more down to, well, avoiding mechanics I can avoid, which I do anyway. Or me taunt swapping at the right time for the other tank. If I don't taunt swap, then we die. But obviously sometimes you've got to see a mechanic once or twice to know when to taunt swap. Or to know how it works. Because even me and Minnie were still figuring out Sikran. We've been doing Sikran for weeks. And Minnie didn't understand what was going wrong on that. Obviously with the other tank it'd been taunt swapping at the right time without even realising. With me you hadn't. It's better for the game if tanking isn't the most complex thing ever. Well, if you make tanking too complex, same with healing, you then get nobody playing tank and nobody playing healer. Which is what you've got really right now. But it's not because of complexity. The reason tanks have stopped tanking at the moment is because they've made it where you've got to really... you've got to really try to basically keep aggro. DPS have the most ego for sure. That's always been the case, always. But as I would say is, I put it back on DPS because, like, if it comes down to a boss kill, like we'll talk about that kill of that boss who got to 0.01%. Somebody said they'd blame the tanks. I think it was Wassa, saying tanks would get blamed. I wouldn't blame the tanks. I would blame the DPS because that means some of the DPS died during the fight early on. And they didn't wipe it for one, which was the raid leader's fault. And if even one DPS had stayed alive, they'd have killed the boss. So that tells me there's probably only the 2 tanks alive and maybe 1 healer. So that means all the DPS fucked up and died. I put all the kill potential on the DPSs. The damage dealers are there for a reason. That's why they're called damage. So it's like, that's your job to kill the bosses. It's your job to kill the mobs. I'm a tank. My job is to keep aggro so you don't get one shot. That's my job. That's literally tanking at its core. Healer's job is to heal a soul, keep a soul alive from non-avoidable damage. If it's damage you can avoid, you should be fucking avoiding it. So any like raid-wide damage, really, that shouldn't be killing people if the healers are doing their job right. But you can also help the healers out. Why, if it's a really big AoE damage phase, then you can also pop a defensive. You know, help the healers keep you alive. Example, look what I'm doing as well. I'm taking a healing ring as a tank. I'm still taking one of the healing rings. I can't take the other one because it would fill this slot. I need that for the tanking gem. And then I've got a damage gem for a bit more damage, but I've got a healing gem, which will help heal me and 5 other nearby allies with a heal over time for 200,000 healing. And that's obviously going to get higher every week we upgrade the ring. I'm always thinking about what more can I do for the raid, rather than what I can do for just myself. If I can help you guys stay alive longer and keep myself alive so we don't wipe, that's what my job is as a tank, is to stay alive and keep aggro at a basic. And do the taunt swap properly. Everything else is just secondary. That's expensive, fucking hell. Can't blame healers since they're responsibility to deal damage and you can't heal stupid. You can't. Out of the 3 roles, I think healing might be the most difficult one overall. I've always said that. I've always think healers have got the hardest role. Plus healers can get flamed the hardest. If someone like toxic dies, they'll instantly blame the healer rather than looking at why they died. If you get one shot, that is your fault and not the healer's. If you go from like near full health or full health to 0, that's your fault. A healer can't keep you alive if you get one shot. So that means you're studying something you shouldn't have been studying. That's basically what that means. Get the fuck out of those. Just got a nice upgrade. Went from a 606 boot to a 619. Still 639 level. We've got 8.3 million health. My paladin has so much less health than my warrior. Warriors do get a lot more health, but then again it's probably because paladins have also got some self-heal. Item level 615, equipped 613. What? Huh? I haven't got any other items. So we'd want, but Org is like between healing and DPS. It's in a weird position. Org's just its own thing. If you've got like 4 pillars of classes in World of Warcraft, you've got tank, you've got healing, you've got damage dealing, and then you've got support. Org is a support DPS class. So if you notice when you get like an augmentation in a dungeon or in a raid, it's classed as damage. So I class it as support damage. I think that's why Blizzard are making that change in Raid Tier 2. You know, when they cast their buffs onto bosses now, it only applies it to damage dealers that are attacking the boss or attacking the mob. It will no longer give it to healers or tanks, which I'm fine with, because if it's increasing damage, it should be going on the damage dealers. And it's damage dealers' job to kill the bosses, to make sure we meet the DPS check. It's not the healer or tank's job to meet a DPS check. Tanks will do probably more damage than the healers, but it's not a tank's job to deal damage to kill the boss to the same extent as a DPSer. A DPSer should be, I would say, at least 300,000 or 400,000 DPS per second above a tank, in most cases. It's not my job or the other tank's job to deal damage to kill a boss. It's our job to stay alive and make sure the boss doesn't kill you guys. We've got 5 Vantus rooms. I can't believe a Vantus room the entire raid and killed it in fucking like 8 pulls, 9 pulls, whatever it were. That were insane. Oh, because we've got the sword there. Got the sword. Although saying that, that's 619, but my shield is 619. Alright. That's weird. Yeah, it's just some verse, yeah. I don't think ours even get you 1.9k. I think ours are the cheaper version. Yeah, ours only gives you 1,700. Even then, 1,700, I've got 6% versatility. And I've got 4,472. It increases damage and healing by 5.73 and decreases damage taken by 2.87. So it might have given me like 4% damage reduction. It'll have been almost negligible. The main thing that helped us kill that boss Plu was them healing rings. Them healing rings across the entire raid, they helped the healers a lot. Especially considering we only had 2 healers healing 14 players. And that was Karu and Mog. They did really fucking well. If it weren't for those gems, they would have struggled a lot more. So having the healing ring on DPS players, I mean, even Corvold said the other day, I think most DPS should probably take off a DPS ring and put on a healing gem. Or sorry, take off a DPS gem and put on a healing gem for raids. Because if it heals that much, where you can basically have one less healer, you can take one more DPS. Because it's almost the healing of another healer. At one point during the intermission, the rings were healing for like 1.7 million per second across the entire raid. I have the blue healing one still equipped. Oh, if you've got a blue healing one, awesome. Even better. All that shows us, Plu, it shows you care about surviving yourself and helping others stay alive. If everyone just takes like full DPS stuff, they might do a little bit more damage, but if they're dead, they don't do any damage. That's what I look at. If you're helping your healers keep you alive through raid-wide damage parts, you being alive will equal more damage overall than you, say, pumping 1.5 million DPS and then dying halfway through the fight. What good is that to us? You've got to be there until, like, at the end. If you die in the last, say, 5 or 10% of the boss's health, that's probably okay, because you can probably still get a kill from there, as long as too many don't die. If it's, say, like, 3 or 4 players, you can probably still kill the fucking thing. As long as it's not going to end rage, obviously. If it's going to end rage, then you're doomed. Like Transit said, if you're dead, you can't deal damage. It's true. It's true. It's completely right. And if you can literally take something passive on a ring, where you can still take technically 2 damaging gems anyway, but if you're taking even 1 healing gem, and it can proc that much to account for like being basically a 3rd healer across the raid, that is massive benefit to a raid. This ring is designed for raiding. It's a raiding ring. I hope Blizzard bring in more items like this in the future, as either a ring or a neck or a back, something that has sockets like that where you can put in gems or something, where it has like raid-wide potential use. This ring's a really, really good idea. And it was classed a legendary ring. It's not legendary, it's an epic ring. But that's better than most legendaries I've ever seen. It's got really good raid potential. I mean, I'll be honest with you as well, in all honesty. If it weren't for this tanking gem being here, because it gives me quite a bit more health, and then I do passive damage over time, while I'm above 80% health, if that was in the yellow socket, I would take both healing gems. I wouldn't give a shit about damage. I care about staying alive. That's my job. I would take both healing gems and help you guys stay alive as well, if it was in the yellow socket. But because it's in the blue socket, I can't do anything about it. If you really want to min-max, you could socket your 2 rings and your neck. Oh yeah, if you really wanted to min-max, but I'm not being funny. Even like the mastery there, I've enchanted that with 315 mastery. It's not going to make much difference. It's a minor amount. It's not going to give me a lot on this. And I've got 48% block chance anyway, which can then block 36% of damage. And then that gives me some more block chance there. It's negligible. Even the Vantus Rune. The Vantus Rune is a little bit more damage and a little bit more sustain. But if you're needing the Vantus Rune to kill a boss, for like damage wise, is your damage dealing even there? If you need that little tiny upgrade, you're barely making the DPS check. That's why when we're doing Kaivesa, I always look where we're at going into phase 2. Say we're at like 68%. I know we've got to be at 66% or lower. I'll be dealing damage throughout that phase on Kaivesa, on my tank. Because my tank can take more damage. You don't really give a fuck about the lines. I've just got to avoid the pie slicers. And all I'll do is, when there's that line on Kaivesa, a pie slice can say spawn here or spawn there. All I'll do is just walk over the line. And then I'll just walk back if there's another one. Because these two sides will activate at the same time. So I'll just let you walk over them and just keep hitting the boss. I'll just do that. That's all I do. And I'll just keep battering her. The second phase, the tank, is a fucking cakewalk. DPS, you've got to be more careful because the lines can hurt you. But as a tank, it's fucking piss easy. Especially now with the passive gem ring that heals you. Really, really easy to stay alive. Again with the add-on thing, but now that I'm really used to all the mechanics, I don't even notice the stuff telling me what's coming up when you already know it. See, in your case, Plo, different to me, if you don't need the add-ons, which will make your computer run smooth if your computer's, say, struggling a little bit as well, because you'll have more memory, you'll have more RAM. If you can still do your rotation as good as you can do it, you don't need the add-ons. The problem that I had doing, like, Hunter or Demon Hunter, I've never really done DPS before in a raid tier. My closest one to it is this. I did DPS on a couple of bosses in Cataclysm as Arms Warrior. But that was a class I already knew. Demon Hunt was completely new to me, as was Hunter. I've never even done ranged DPS before in a raid. But I'd probably need a full raid tier to learn it. I'd need like a couple a year. Or at least a year to learn it and get it down. Where tanking I already know. So I might as well just go back to what I know, and I'll just maintain 2 tanks in gear. So I'm going to maintain my prop warrior and my prop paladin, and I'll be a main tank for you guys in the guild. And then I think I've got mini tanking with this tier, and then next tier mini's going to switch to DPS, and Matrix is going to switch to tank. So we'll lose a good DPS in Matrix, but you'll gain 1 in mini. So at least we won't actually have a loss. You're still going to have a good DPS, and then you've still got 2 active tanks. Because Matrix is here as much as I am. Other than for Kaivesa, the targeted portal thing, it does make like a really loud noise. So I know that I am targeted, need to run away, or aim to dash away from everyone else. That's it though, but once you've got it down, buddy, you're fine. End of the day, if I can go through an entire raid tier, do normal and heroic, and not use a single add-on, anyone can do it. I'm not a fucking, cutting edge mythic raider Hall of Fame guy. I'd probably say I'm above average in terms of skill, but I'm not one of the best players in the fucking game. Not by a long stretch. If I can do it, anyone can do it. And if you can do the last boss on Mythic, you can do easily probably the first 3 or 4 bosses in Mythic. Because mechanically, they're less complex than the last boss in Heroic. The last boss in Heroic, Ansarek has got way more mechanics than the first 4 bosses in Mythic. Way more. And she's got 3 fucking phases. I mean, Ulgrax has got 2 phases. Bloodbound's technically only got 1, but you have it upstairs and downstairs. Sikran's only got 1 phase. Rashnan's only got 1 phase. She's got 3 phases plus more mechanics in every single phase. She's ridiculously complex for a fight for heroic. So if you can kill her, the first 4 bosses in Mythic are easily killable by this guild. If we can just get more active DPS. We just need like 4 or 5 more active DPS players to sign up. We're there for like every raid. Because we've had 14, 15 players. So we get like 5, maybe 6 more players as DPS that are active. We're golden. We can easily push over at first boss and then start working on other 3. Sometimes it's hard to see the red arrow pointing at you with all the shit flying in that fight. I go max zoom on my camera for that plow, I'll be honest with you. And when I know the bombs have gone off, I just take a little scout around. I take a little scout around with the camera. I just pan it round. Only takes like a second. That's what I were doing. But yeah, I use add-ons, but at this point, I don't want to pay attention to them at all, or really notice them. DPM or whatnot, that is. But when you get used to a boss fight anyway, I think you develop the muscle memory just like you do for your rotation. When you've got your rotation down, you don't move your keybinds for your abilities. You get your muscle memory down. When your muscle memory is down, you're not focusing on your abilities, and you know what the mechanics are anyway. You're just moving your character accordingly. See, there's sometimes like what Transit said in chat earlier. Transit said sometimes I'm focusing on my abilities and... focusing on the mechanics and I'm not doing my rotation of my abilities. That's because I'm not comfortable playing the class yet. I just started playing it. I've played it like, less than 2 months. I think most people aren't going to pick up a class in 2 months. A class and a spec in 2 months they've never touched before. It's brand spanking new to me. Oh god, there's a thing there. Where am I down from here? I've only played Rogue since start of tier or basic when I joined the guild. Kind of picked it up fast though. If you've only played it since the start, but it got on you. Yeah, I picked it up fast. But have you played DPS before in like previous tiers? Who's casting at me? What is that? Why are you even aggroed? That's why I'm taking so much damage. That fucker. A double caster dickheads on me. I know I'm taking so much fucking damage. Now I know. Because that one had aggroed somehow from all the way fucking way over there. Don't know how that happened. I was on Holy DK4, Hall of Dragonfly, a bit of Mage, but not that much. See, even being on Holy DK for Hall of Dragonfly, you've got more experience as a melee DPS spec than me. Because I've never played a melee DPS spec in the raid. Now, while some might say, oh, your tank, that's still melee, a tank doesn't play anything like the same way as a DPS. You aren't going to deal with any tank mechanics. You're dealing with a reduced number of mechanics for the most part, and the mechanics aren't hitting you as hard as they would do a tank, because obviously tank's got the tank buster stuff that's got to be a threat to a tanky player. And how you position them when you pop your cooldowns is something you learn through playing as a DPS. So you've still got like 2 years experience on me in DPS. I've got like almost no experience on DPS as like in a raid environment. As a PvPer, but PvPer doesn't play the same way as in a raid. Because it's not so much about like how much damage can you pump. It's how can you control the environment. Get out of the way. Fucking Brand's pets are always in your fucking way. Put him down. A bit of mage. I don't think I picked up 2 more complex specs when I started playing Holiday KRK Mage. Maybe that was a good thing. Those are the first 2 things I played. Like I didn't pick up something really easy when I started playing. Mage is complex. DK is not too bad. DK's are okay as a starting class. If somebody wanted like a good starting location, I mean, I'd probably recommend one of the specs of DK along with Warrior or Brett Paladin or Hunter, something like that. But even the simple classes, like example, obviously because I've never played, it probably actually hurts me more now I think about it. But because I've never played DPS in a raid environment, I'm used to the tanking mindset. So I've still got all that tanking like tanking acumen. I've still got all that, and tanking doesn't work the same way as DPS does. You don't play it in the same way because you pop your offensives all the time. You always use your offensives, but you save your defensives for when you need them. You save them for like taunt swaps or high damage phases, things like that. Especially if you have something like a raid-wide defensive like Rallying Cry. You'll save that for when your raid may need it most as well. So it's basically DPS and tank go opposite in terms of like offensive defensives. Is it worth getting the expansion? If you're playing it, buddy, yeah, if you're playing the game, if you enjoy the game, there's no point being stuck in old content. If you're enjoying it, absolutely. Absolutely. And Merry Christmas as well, Bill. Merry Christmas, buddy. In case I well, I'll probably won't see you, because I'll be not streaming again until Friday. But I'll be on Discord and World of Warcraft a bit tomorrow. Gonna speak to some of my guildies, see if they have a good Christmas. Yeah, if you're playing your DPS and your tank, like DPS, they won't always use their cooldowns, their big CDs off cooldown. They will use them when they can pump the most damage in a damage phase where they can really ramp up the damage. It's no good like popping your CDs going into phase 2 on Kaivesa or going into the intermission on Ansarek. That'd be a really bad time to pop your like offensive CDs. You want to pop them where you can pump the most damage. Your defensives though, you could probably be a little bit more free with the defensives in some cases than a tank. Because a tank's going to have to use the defensives quite often for things like taunt swaps, which come quite frequently. You have to generally these days taunt swap and pop a defensive as your taunt swap so you don't die to the mechanic, because it hits that fucking hard. You haven't got any taunt swaps to deal with. So you just know if there's big damage coming out, you save defensive for that. So like if we use Ansarek as an example, for Ansarek, your big damage is going to be the intermission, maybe a little bit of the movement in P2, and then probably P3 after the first Shadow Wave pulling. You're probably going to have one around about there somewhere. If it's Kaivesa, for Kaivesa, I'd save one defensive for phase 2, just in case. Obviously, you can't defensive through a pie slice, but you might need it for the lines as well. The lines can hit DPS quite hard, as they can heal us. And I would save a defensive for when the orbs explode in P1. Because the orbs can kill you, but if you have a defensive, you'll probably survive the orb. You'll be above 10% health where a healer can then heal you. But if you don't, you'll get reduced to 10% health, and then the boss will one-shot you and kill you. So there's certain phases where I would look at that, like where you can do it as like oh shit moments. Obviously, you don't just use defensive because orbs are going out. See if you think an orb's going to come at you. If you see an orb coming at you, just pop a fucking defensive. If you can't get this way in time, hit that defensive button. There's no point saving it for the next respawn. Just use it. So Merry Christmas to you too. Hope everyone's doing well. Well, my girlfriend's gone to her parents. She's back tomorrow night because she's going to see her parents for Christmas. And then she's coming back tomorrow night and we're going to have Christmas Day together. We're going to go and see my nephew, my brother's firstborn son. And then me and Ella are going to spend the rest of the day together, and she's going to be cooking turkey for us. So I'm looking forward to that, because turkey and a gravy she made other year were fucking beautiful. Really, really nice. Fury Warrior, Havoc, Demon Hunter, obviously Ret are those more easy melee DPS. They're more simple in terms of their rotation, yeah. But then it's just figuring out how they play. Like, obviously, like Demon Hunter has 2 ways to play. Fucking hell. It can play... Demon Hunter can have the rush in and then jump out build, which is at the moment the better build, and then it's the build that I had where you basically stand still and just basically use Immolation Aura, which is what I prefer, because that's how I normally would play melee. I don't like this bouncing in and out crap. It feels finicky as hell and stupid. I do think that Pardon is easy spec in the game, and it's not even close. Possibly, yeah, possibly is. Possibly is one of these ones in the game. It's also got like really good defensives. Just mentioning a guild has just said, should I be aiming for the 8 delves in there per week and maxing the other trees? I've just said do the raid vault with us, and then do one of the other 2 trees. If you don't like both of them, do the one that you like the best. I said like I don't do Mythic Plus. I only do the 8 tier 8 delves. I only do the Mythic Plus. Sorry, I don't do the Mythic Plus. I only do the delves. But if you prefer Mythic Plus, do Mythic Plus. You know, do which one you prefer. I won't say you've got to do both. It will give you more options, obviously. But ultimately, you can only pick one item. So even if you max out your vault completely, you've got 9 choices. You can only pick one. So if you're getting all heroic pieces, you're obviously going to choose something heroic. If you're fully heroic geared, you then need a mythic option, so you can start upgrading your heroics to mythics. Because I don't think there's any point really wasting gilded crests on heroic gear. Personally, I think Blizzard should change that, and that the carved is for the normal raid gear, the ruined is for just all the hero track gear, and the gilded is only for the mythic track gear. So you don't even need the gilded unless you've got mythic gear. Because the last 2 like upgrades, like on here, if I go on there, that's 619, but I can upgrade it to 626. But the last 2, where it's 4 out of 6, if I upgrade it to 5 out of 6 or 6 out of 6, requires gilded crests. That to me should only require ruined crests. It shouldn't require mythic crests for hero gear. That makes no sense. Same as mythic gear shouldn't require ruined crests, which is hero track crests. It's like, what? It doesn't make any sense. It's really weird. So they kind of got this a bit fucked up. That's why the upgrade system is actually kind of shit. Then the hero tier would simply stop 619 and it would just be harder to get geared. Well, no, what I'm saying is they can still gear to 626, just make it cost only ruined crests. Don't make it cost gilded crests. And then have, say, from 626 to 639 be gilded crests. And it'd just be a mythic track gear. Or whatever it is, whatever would be above 626 for the mythic track. What does mythic track even start at? Is it 623 or something? It makes no sense because one myth tier is 623. Right, so all they've got to do is then is rejig that. So have like hero track gear stop at 623 and mythic track gear start at 626. Wow. Easy, fixed, problem solved. And then just have rune crests for the hero gear. Have gilded crests for the mythic gear. Why would you waste gilded crests on hero gear when you can upgrade mythic gear with it? It's like, what? Unless you're going to get literally no mythic track gear that entire tier, there's no point wasting them on a inferior piece of gear. Makes no sense. Blizzard are just retards when it comes to upgrade systems. They always have been. Did the same thing in fucking Lich King as well. I want 4 tiers so they can progressively drop better loot through the raid as the bosses get harder. Like 2 extra levels for extra rare items that keep neck etc. That's why I switched to Assassination, even though that is hard as well. I'm not a master at it, but I do think rogue specs are complicated for no reason. Facility is the biggest defender, even though I can top at least 3 DPS, I still think it's rough. Yeah, it can be. Some classes have always been more difficult they'll play with than others. They designed it that way. Put it this way, I wouldn't ever recommend rogue or mage to a new player. Ever.
More not.
Hi Matrix. Because the chances are, if you recommend that to a new player, by the time they get to max level, you're just going to scare them off. They've just got far too many abilities. What they just need to do is just get rid of the upgrade system. There was no upgrade system in Shadowlands. That were fine. Why can't they just go back to that?
Upgrade system.
What, sorry?
What upgrade system?
The upgrade system we've got now in War Within.
You mean you can take like loot from the vault or something, or?
No, just get rid of the upgrade system. Just get rid of it.
You mean,
It's
you mean
shit.
Like, you mean like upgrading with those valor stones and stuff like that?
Yeah, Valor Stones and Crests. They've added in like 7 new currencies for no fucking reason. Just get rid of them. It's making the game overly complex. It's like yet one more thing that a new player would have to fucking learn. That they shouldn't have to learn.
I mean,
And it's like, just give us the fucking item.
I mean, players might not even be able to do like 10 kills or whatever to even farm the best quest or whatever.
There you go, what Matrix just said. And don't forget, the majority of the player base doesn't even do 7 keys. So they can't do fucking 10, so they can't even get a mythic vault. So Matrix makes a good point there. A very good point. What's the fucking point having it locked behind that when players don't even do the content for the most part? Most players don't have the skill to do a 10 key. You know, it's like, so why then put an upgrade system in there as well? So they can't upgrade the gear to even 623 in the first place.
I mean, they should have been available for like every fucking player, not some certain type of players.
There you go. What he's saying there. And not being funny as well, if some players had better gear, they'd probably be able to do some of the harder content and perform better. If their skills don't quite match up, they can then do more of the harder stuff. Blizzard again have locked it behind yet another bullshit currency wall. Why? Why do we need yet another thing in the game, Blizzard? Stop adding shit in, take stuff out. Less is more.
Technically, they have like reduced it, so you can still get those the best quests if you like do the 7 keys. I think that's 7 to 10. I think it is, or 8 to 10.
It's 8. 8 for Gilded, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
as I said, when we looked at that survey that themselves Blizzard released, majority of the player base in Mythic Plus don't even do above a 7. So they can't even get Gilded crests anyway. So they can't even upgrade their heroic gear. So why have heroic gear where you need Gilded crests to upgrade it? Just make it ruined crests, and they can fully upgrade the gear, if that's the case. You've got players that don't even do +8s, that then can't fully upgrade the gear, it's stuck at 4 out of 6. That's fucking retarded. I'm not being funny. Anyone sat down for 5 minutes could come up with a better idea than what Blizzard came up with. That's just fucking stupid.
Yeah. It's fucking Blizzard for you.
It's because they've got too many elitists on fucking team that do mythic grading and they think, right, all players can do this. No, they can't. Because the bulk of your player base don't even do mythic grades. That's why it's like 2.5% of guilds complete the shit. For that very fucking reason. He said he wants to get more people into Mythic Plus. 1, make it fun. 2, obviously you have to make it less difficult. Because if players are staying at 7 keys, they're not even doing the last 3 keys for getting gear for the vault. That's clearly a content problem with Blizzard. They've got to sort that shit. That's on them. You can't say to the players, get good. No, that's your game problem. Fix your fucking game. If the bulk of the players only play like, I don't know, 15 hours a week or something and only log on for like a couple of days, something like that, 2 or 3 days, you've got to make it more friendly to your casual player base. Not everyone can stick fucking 6-7 hours a day onto a game and be that good. You can't. You've got to cater to the casuals, not to the elitists. Catering to the elitists benefits nothing. They're like a tiny percentage of your player base. It would be harder to get gear that way. No, it wouldn't, because you'd be able to gear yourself up faster, because you wouldn't need 2 different crests. You just need 1 crest. On a mixed content more accessible, this content makes content more accessible for players. I disagree completely, because there's an upgrade system in it that you don't really need. Mythic Plus 10 shouldn't be done by everyone. Well, it's not done by everyone. That's proven the point themselves by Blizzard. It's equivalent to Mythic Raid content. It's nothing close to Mythic Raid content. A boss in a Mythic 10 is not close to a Mythic Raid boss. For one, you need fucking 15 more people for a Mythic Raid boss just to be able to do them. Oh, yeah, we haven't go for the software. Do I have a thing? No, I don't, do I? No, I just do it for the thing, that's fine. Give me that. It's not really an argument for difficulty. Well, no, but example is if let's say Blizzard have got all the stats, obviously. We haven't got all the stats. Blizzard revealed that information to us in little bits and bats. If Blizzard have said that the bulk of the player base is only doing as high as a +7, then that means +8, 9s and 10s, just for terms of gearing and vault, aren't being done by the majority of the player base. And your 8s, 9s and 10 keys aren't as hard as a mythic fucking raid. Or even a heroic raid. I'm not being funny. I would take any one of these fucking dungeons over heroic Ansarek. Heroic Ansarek is fucking far harder than any mythic fucking plus goddamn dungeon up to a 10. Far fucking harder. Way more mechanics, way more health. Just, it's not even comparable. Most mythic guilds have people running 10s all day, or higher obviously. Well, apparently they are, or else people will be doing them. Well, I don't know about most mythic guilds, for example, like Transit's Guild, for example. Transit's Guild only runs mythic plus keys mandatorily in the first 2 weeks of a raid tier. And bear in mind, they're a Hall of Fame raiding guild. So if they only run mythic plus keys for extra gear in the first 2 weeks of a tier, that tells you don't really have to do it mandatory. If their guildmaster says you've only got to do it for the first 2 or 3 weeks, that means you don't really have to do that content to be able to achieve even what they're doing as Hall of Fame. They've just got to be exceptionally skilled players, which is what Transit and his guys probably are. But they're well above the average player, obviously. "20 people that can easily cruise through 10s without getting carried, you can probably kill mythic bosses." Maybe, but then again, Matrix disproved that when he had a 3k Raider IO guy come into a heroic queen, and after 1 wipe he left. That would tell me, or 2 wipes, sorry. That would tell me straight away he hasn't even got the mentality to be a Raider. And he wasn't the only one in there. Reality of raiding is that there's always people that aren't pulling their weight. I'm not saying they have to. They usually want to because they like playing the chars. You keep bringing up that only a small part of the player base does this content, but that goes for mythic raiding as well. Only a small group of people do mythic raiding as well, but bear in mind, right, this is where you're trying to compare it, Iwasa. A mythic raiding guild, you need a bare minimum of 20 active players to do mythic. To do a mythic plus 10, you need yourself and 4 other people. You don't even need to be in a guild. You can pug that shit. You can't pug a mythic raid and get cutting edge. It's not possible. The content's too hard. The pugs are too disorganised. You can do a 10 key with 4 random strangers. That's why it's not comparable. A mythic plus 10 doesn't equate to a mythic raid. It might give you a mythic vault. It's not the equivalent of a mythic raid. You can do it with 4 random strangers who have little to no coordination. As long as they can not wipe a stupid amount of times, you can time that key. Matrix has even said he's been in keys with people he classes as first-rate retards, and they still time 10s. Now, don't get me wrong, if the bulk of the player base is only doing 7s, the people doing 10 keys is still a hell of a lot more than what's doing cutting-edge mythic raiding. Cutting-edge mythic raiding is 2.5% of guilds. People doing plus 10 keys is going to be a lot fucking more than 2.5% of the player base. It's probably going to be like 30-35% of the player base. Which means the majority aren't doing above a 7. But you've still got a large portion of the player base that are.
More impressive. I defeated plus 6 Arakara. That was even more impressive for me.
10s, 35. Well, I'm giving a rough number, but let's put it this way, Wassa. It ain't going to be 2.5% doing plus 10s. They're not that hard. Cutting edge mythic raiding is that hard. Has been for a long time. Has been pretty much since WOD, to be fair. More like 10%. I don't think of that low. I think it's going to be at least 15, 20. It's going to be a lot of people, because a lot of people who do mythic plus keys and don't do raiding at all. They just do keys all season long. And they probably push into the very high keys as well. But all they do is focus keys. Because they can easily do that either solo or in a mythic plus guild. They don't even need to be in a raiding guild. They just focus the mythic plus content. It's what they enjoy. So there's a lot more people doing mythic plus than doing mythic raiding. Because a lot of guilds can't do it, and a lot of guilds haven't even got the players for it. Example like us. I want to go into Mythic. I believe we can kill some of the bosses in Mythic. But we need 20 active players. Getting those 20 active players, it turns out, isn't that easy. Getting the players for 5 players for a Mythic plus 10 is really fucking easy. But people are plugging the first Mythic boss as well. Amstrad will be more equal to doing 17 plus 10s, 35%, it's more like 10%. That's not content difficulty though. Well, if you're comparing 10s, saying 10s is too difficult for people, that is difficulty. 19-20 people in the raid aren't doing the raid logistics anyway. Oh no, I mean, if you mean about how many people to get raid, no, that's not difficulty, you're correct there. That's just getting people to be able to do the content itself. That's like being able to get enough people to do the content. To like get it there. That is one of the first barriers to mythic raiding. That you need 20 people. But when you've got those 20 people as well, the mythic raiding bosses are far harder than anything you'll find in a plus 10 key. Those bosses pretty much have the same mechanics from a plus... do the mechanics change matrix at all from a plus 2 to a plus 10 on the bosses? Or do they gain any more mechanics?
I think no, they don't add any mechanics, but they add like more affixes to it.
Just the affixes though, that's it. Which obviously that changes week on week, doesn't it? So, realistically, Wasser, if you can do a boss in a Mythic 2, that same boss has the same mechanics on a Mythic 10. It's just got more health and more damage. And then you've got the affixes chucked in. But the affixes aren't on the boss, they're on the encounter itself. So they're not even attached to the boss. The boss has got the same mechanics from a plus 2 to a plus 10. If you go from Heroic to Mythic, that boss is gaining at least one more mechanic, some cases 2 or 3, that can drastically change the entire fight and make it substantially harder, to where you're wiping hundreds of times on a boss. Where you don't wipe 100 times in a fucking Mythic 10. At least I'd hope not, anyway. If you are, then fucking... Well, I won't be there for hundreds of wipes on a boss in a Mythic 10, I'll be honest with you. I would not. Absolutely fucking not. I remember that...
You remember the screenshot or something in the dungeon thing before?
Remind me.
When the fucking times we wiped on
Oh, that 27 deaths thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
On the plus 7k.
First boss probably about the same, but like I said, the first 4 bosses are being pugged. Yeah, the first 4 bosses can be pugged, because the first 4 bosses in the raid are the easier ones that are puggable. But the people that are pugging them have probably already done those bosses in another mythic guild. Or they've got the mythic level skills where they can. But the first 4 bosses aren't as complex. As soon as you reach Kaivessa and Ovinax, that's where your pugs stop dead. Because your pugs haven't got the coordination to kill either one of those bosses. Which means Sulcan Court or Ansarek are well out of their reach. Because no pug I've ever seen is going to be able to kill those. The only way that would work is if it's 2 raiding guilds coming together and bringing 10 of their best players. And they're coordinated on comms. But then you've got 2 raiding guilds coming together to do the higher content that might have that level of skill. If it's complete pug of like 20 random players, you aren't killing Mythic Kaivessa or Ovinax. Not a chance. You could be there for 5,000 pulls, you aren't killing it. I'd bet good money on it. Even towards the end of the raid tier. Because they just haven't got the coordination. They wouldn't do it. It wouldn't be completable. The first 4 bosses, we've proven it ourselves, Wasser, even in Heroic. I couldn't have pugged the first 5 bosses in Mythic. Or sorry, not pugged. I couldn't have done the first 5 bosses in Heroic, in Nathria, with 8 people. We did the first 4 bosses in Heroic with 8 people. That tells you how fucking easy those 4 first bosses are. That's why they can be pugged, because they're so fucking easy, by comparison to the others. Now, Mythic bosses might still be a step up from Heroic, but the main barrier is getting 20 players. But they're easier than the last 4. The last 4, it's like Buzzer decided, here's the skill cap, and here's the skill cap for these bosses above a fucking thingy. You've got your first 4 down here, you've got Kaivessa and beyond up here. It's not even close. It's like this is the baby foothills of Mount Everest. These are the pro climbers trying to peak on Everest itself. They're not remotely in the same league. Why there's that bigger disparity between the bosses in Mythic, I don't know. That's just obviously a Buzzard thing to figure out. I don't think Nathria was that hard at the start either. Nathria was harder than this is. Harder than this raid. This raid was a joke. I was surprised how easy this raid was. Especially considering we could 8-man 10 bosses that require normally 10 people. We only had 4 DPS. And we're killing the bosses in Heroic. They were embarrassingly easy. I'm not being funny. We would not have killed Artificer in Heroic, unnerved, with 8 people. We'd have got our asses kicked. 10 times out of 10. plenty of people raid Mythic, not answer it like you said. Yeah, don't get me wrong. There are Mythic raiding guilds out there who do kill Mythic bosses and don't get cutting edge. There are. Cutting edge is a really hard thing to get. That's why some guilds literally get cutting edge sometimes on the last day of the raid tier. Even Transit said one of his friends in the guild that does that, and they get cutting edge on the last day of the tier. Now they still get cutting edge, but they.
We were watching from the last thing. World to Last or something it was.
Oh, Race to World Last, yeah, with Max, yeah. Max was watching it for the last 48 hours on Ferrac. It was watching Race to World Last, watching all these dozens of guilds trying to get cutting edge on the last day. Some guilds got it, a lot of guilds didn't. They gave up trying to do it. They reached their raid time, people were tired, they just stopped raiding. But those guilds still got 7 out of 8. They did really fucking well. They killed Tyndall. Tyndall and Mythic were an absolute wanker. I wouldn't want to prog that fucking boss. It'd have been a pain in the ass.
That was literally a guild killer, Tyndall.
Oh yeah.
So many fucking guilds was fucking hard stuck on Tyndall.
He was like a fucking, what's it called, a Hollandrus. Hollandrus were a guild killer and jailer. Fucking hell. Yeah. And that's the worst part about Hollandrus. Everyone in the raid had to be mechanically sound. You made one mistake in that fight, you were all dead.
Yeah, it was not easy.
Just like plenty of people do 10s, almost no one does 19s, but 19s are literally on the level of Race to World First. Yeah, at 19, a 19 is technically a 29. I think I remember the highest key getting done in Shadowlands was I think a 31 or a 32.
I can have a look.
I think it was something like that. Because I remember Hiven talking to me about it. But you weren't getting much higher than that. So a 19 is almost a 30 key.
Do you remember which season it was?
Oh, it'd been first season, been Nafria.
Okay.
Because he was telling me about it at the end of Nafria, before we stopped playing the game.
Shadowlands.
Season 1.
Yeah.
I'm sure he said it was like a 31 or a 32 by some group.
Shadowlands season 1. The highest was 27.
Oh, was it really? Okay. I'm sure he said to me there was one that did 31 or something.
Well, apparently 27 was the highest.
So that was the highest key in all of Shadowlands was 27. So I think Transit's already done that this tier. Haven't you done a 17 Transit or an 18?
The highest in season 2 was 31.
Season 2 was 31. Might have been season 2 then maybe. A few 17s and attempted 18s. So
season 1 is always the hardest one.
Transit's already timed technically 27s because a 17 is a 27.
That was Dragonflight. Season 3 Shadowlands.
I bet it was Plaguefall 2, I haven't checked, but I bet it was Plaguefall. But was Plaguefall like one of the easiest ones?
Yeah, Plaguefall, yeah.
Is that the one with the boss that had that green shit around him at the end? The green wave things you had to step in the gap of and stuff?
I think so.
That boss was quite fun, I like that boss.
The highest key in season 4 Shadowlands was 35.
35 key, fucking hell. It's a big key.
But yeah, you were correct that there was Plaguefall that was the most time keys in the season 1 in Shadowlands. Plaguefall and Necrotic Wake was the 2 easiest one.
Necrotic Wake was one of the easy ones? Oh, then again, we had all the things, didn't we?
Yeah, we had like those...
you had all those items you could use, yeah.
Yeah.
You haven't got those anymore, have you?
Nope. Necrotic Wave was so fucking PC, it was insanely how easy it was.
Yeah, I remember people used to use that like to a big effect.
Yeah.
Some even saved them for the, the boss room before the guy with the hook.
Yeah.
Some even...
we still save weapons for this time around as well.
Yeah.
But yeah. Shadowlands season 4 45. Season 3 was 32.
Another dungeon that you could abuse. Pull and tie dungeon with Kyrian buff plus orb. Stack up and your group HPS doesn't move. Rotate hammers on last boss. Blah blah zug zug. It was fun.
Zug zug.
Why didn't your HP move? Sorry. Have to remind me what Kyrian buff plus orb. What's orb? Is that like a thing that you used to have? I
I
didn't
think
do.
it's like I think it is a defensive thing, I believe.
The Kyrian buff is you go to the golems and then 5 orbs would spit out of it. Everybody walks into it and you have a buff, I think it was about 30 or 40 seconds, where you're doing like a pulsing thing around you every second,
Right.
which heals allies and deals damage.
Oh,
So
I
if you all
remember
stack
that one.
up, you're all healing each other for a scaling amount based on key level. And you're also dealing damage to everything around you, and if you also have the other orbs, you're interrupting everything around you and just dealing a fuck ton of damage.
So essentially, the pulsing thing is similar to the ring we've got now.
Except so much better.
What the pulsing thing they had back then? You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, that was like a lot more overpowered version. But that explains why the ring did so much for us in the raid. I still think personally
The limited amount of gems we had at the time, one of the ones that people was using was like
that healing gem.
Your thingy. No, not the healing thing. But obviously everybody had the healing one, but there's another one that procs other people's ones. So if everybody or multiple people are using the one that procs other ones, then it's just so many more procs.
I don't think many had that. I'll be honest. I think most had the DPS, the mastery one, and the healing one.
There's definitely a couple that did have that one.
So I know you didn't have your ring at all because you're a tool.
I didn't have my one because I'm just.
What was your highest key in the
But
season 4?
this is one thing though. I think that ring is more designed for raiding the Mythic Plus personally, and I think everyone should.
To agree.
I would definitely go with that. I think your Mythic rings might be better for your Mythic Plus, where that ring is really good for raiding.
Better in Mythic Plus as well.
Might be. I don't know. I mean, I don't do enough for it, but
It definitely is.
I know.
Testing it a lot recently, and
I know, like Plu said in Corvold, they said they're still going to take a healing gem because when we're in the raid, it benefits the raid. And if you have enough people with a healing gem, it's like having an extra healer without the extra healer actually being there. It enabled Karu and Mog to 2-heal that entire encounter with 14 players. Realistically, we should have had 3 healers, but we had 2 healers and then I think 13 people or 12 people with the ring. And that did 1.7 million HPS. That's
pretty good.
That's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous amount of healing from a passive item across the raid. It was really, really good. I've still got a healing gem on mine. If my tanking gem was in the yellow socket, I'd take both healing gems because it'd help keep me alive and keep you guys alive. And as you said, the Grandmaster himself, Mr. Transit, a dead DPS can't do any fucking damage. You've got to be alive to fucking do anything. You're fucking dead, you ain't doing shit.
sorry, Matrix, what were you saying a minute ago?
I said, what was your highest key in Shadowlands Season 4?
See, I'm quite annoyed about this because I didn't know this was a thing. I didn't know that in Shadowlands they had the 0.1% title.
Oh, okay.
Is that when it came in?
Yeah. It was
Oh,
like,
I thought it was a Dragonflight
I
thing.
didn't know that. I thought
Well,
that as
yeah.
well.
I
But I feel
had
like
it
in
in
Dragonflight,
Shadowlands.
that's when people were actually talking about it more.
Well, it
In
went
Shadowlands,
it went
I did
in
not know that was a thing.
it went
I
in
never
season
played
1, wasn't it?
Shadowlands.
I know it weren't.
No, I think it's the last, second.
No, they
third
had it in Season
actually.
2 because my friend had the title in Season 2.
Oh, so they brought it in on Sylvanas.
I think so, because my friend had the title in Season 2.
All right, okay.
He got that 0.0.
I'm gonna say you definitely couldn't get it in Nafria. It weren't a thing. During the Nafria raid tier, it wasn't there. I wonder why they made that change then, like part way in Shadowlands. That's kind of weird. Why not bring it out at the start?
Yeah,
Could the gem that procs
Season 4 Shadowlands.
other people's gems proc
Yeah,
the gem
Season 4, yeah.
for someone else, like chain proc? That's what transit. That's what.
It's like a 24 maybe or something.
That's what Transit was saying. Transit was saying exactly that, yeah. So like it doesn't proc. It's not the 150% gem. It's the one that procs other players' gems nearby. So it can proc any of your 3 gems. Obviously, it won't proc the proc gem, if that makes sense, the one that's procking somebody else's. But if you've got, say, a healing gem and a DPS gem, it could proc either one of those on another player. So you could proc your healing gem, that could proc somebody else's healing gem, then their gem could proc itself, and then that could proc somebody else, and mass chain of healing where basically your healers are like, oh, this is quite easy, we're all staying alive. As Wassa said on the re-clear of Silken Court, in that P3, if we didn't have the gem on the bulk of the players in that raid, when we got pulled in by the web, we'd have lost about 4 or 5 players and wiped. Because a lot of them were like sub 15% health, because they've got to keep hold of the web. And that web does a lot of pulsing damage on the raid.
Transit. And how much score do you think it's gonna go up for a title? Do you think it's
Like I
gonna
said
go
before, now
up
that
quite
we
a
have
lot?
the healing gem,
Right now
Overlord
it's
can go to best for
3.3K.
us.
If they don't do any like major dungeon nerfs, then I reckon it might go up to about 33, 50, 60, something like that. But if they nerf any dungeons, it'll probably be about 3.4.
Overlord is not going DPS, no. Just because we have the gems, he is not going DPS. I'd rather him stay as healer, where his healing's not bad, and with the 2 healing gems, his healing will increase. Where if I send him DPS, he can't do DPS to save his fucking life, never mind anybody else's. So, he's not going DPS, no. If I know it's a joke, obviously. He'll either stay healer, or I've said to him, you can try and look at Augmentation Evoker. But realistically, he needs to find somebody like one of Transit's guild mates who actually can explain to him how the fuck Augmentation works. Because until they bring in that... Is that patch thing for next tier, Transit, you told me about the other day?
Yeah.
So that won't be until next raid tier. Because the Augmentation Evoker is support DPS class. That's why it's also classed as damage. But the bulk of the buffs from Aug benefit damage dealers. So when you start casting your buffs onto the bosses, it's now only going to affect damage dealing classes. It won't affect healers or tanks. Because again, healers and tanks, just like I've been saying all along, tanks don't need to deal damage. Tanks are meant there to stay alive. Tanks might deal more damage than the healer, but they're not a damage dealing class. Tanks are built for sustain. You got to stay alive, keep aggro, and not die to tank mechanic. That's what tanks have got to do. DPS have got to kill the boss. That's their fucking job. I ain't doing it for them. I'll make sure the boss doesn't kill him. That's my job.
Yeah, Matrix. It was in Dragonfly, like right at the end of the first season is when I found out about the title.
Okay.
Like at the end of season 1 of Dragonfly, that's when I heard there was a title. So I tried pushing for those last couple of weeks, and I just missed the title range.
Yeah, I think my
Like,
friend
326
missed.
is done at the end, and then
I think my
it's like
friend
1
missed.
away.
I think my friend missed the title. He missed the title between like he missed like what was it, like 20 score or something. He missed the title for.
Yeah,
You
I
only
don't know
need like
how far
20
away I was
score.
at the time. And then
I think it was
season
Dragonfly.
2,
I think it was. I think it was Chad last season 4. He almost got it. I think it was like 20 score off or something like that.
yes, every
Yeah.
season after that, I've been trying to get.
Yeah, and he actually presses... And if he actually presses buttons... He presses buttons, I just don't know how he presses buttons, but last time we did check with Overlord, he was clicking. He was a partial clicker. So that would explain sometimes why he dies to mechanics while he's trying to heal people, because he can't move while doing an ability. Where most of the people have learned you can either bind it to something else if you're moving with your keyboard, or in my case I'm moving with my mouse. I move my mouse and my abilities are either on the side of my mouse or on my keyboard. I can move and deal damage. I don't know why he would click, 'cause it's really awkward, unless he's got some abilities bound to his mouse and he's moving with WAS and D still. I don't know. I don't know how he works it. What do you do with yours, Transit? Do you move a keyboard or do you move your mouse?
Both.
You do both, okay.
Oh, yeah, I use both. I use both as well.
I've started using both, because you might have noticed on Queen when we got the kill. It was the first time I've done it in a long time, because you don't ever do it in PvP. I was backpedaling, because pulling the boss backwards meant my shield was always facing Anzarek, so she couldn't kill me. Because her liquefy hits hard.
Transit. Is that the Chinese team that played that 20 Dawnbreaker?
Oh, somebody attempted the number. Funny.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
played it, but
8
I
minutes
don't.
and 40 seconds under. Yeah, that's a Chinese team. That's not the top Chinese team, but it's one of the higher ones. I think the top one is with Supreme. Oh, actually, no, these guys are fucking.
I was surprised when MDI won by some no-name fucking guildless team of 5 guys who were just really good at Mythic Plus and beat Echo.
Skylark's team.
I don't know what it were, whatever it were. Yeah, they were. It's like
Echo wasn't competing in this.
Echo got beaten. One of them, I remember Matrix telling me they got beat by this team that they were like, you know, they came out of nowhere.
This season Echo wasn't the part of. I think it was lost in Dragonfly Season 4. It was.
But I were baffled because it's like they're not in like a big raiding guild or anything. They're just Mythic Plus players. They're not like world first raiders like Echo or Liquid's team are. They're just really good Mythic Plus players.
People that only do Mythic Plus would be better than people that raid.
Oh yeah, probably yeah, because they can focus the talents absolutely. But
I'd say they'd probably have an edge on it.
you probably would do, but I might be right completely. In fact, it makes sense they would have an edge, yeah, absolutely. But I just was surprised when no one ever heard of them. They were like, who? They just came out of fucking nowhere.
So what is this? Dragonfly Season 4?
I think it was part of the MDI Echo last time, right?
I've got no idea, Matrix. You tell me. I don't follow MDI. I don't watch fucking MDI.
No, I know you don't.
I watch Trace World first. You just basically keep me appraised on them on the MDI stuff. You know, I can respect the players who do it. I've got nothing wrong with the players who do it. They're exceptionally skilled players. It's just that I can't stand the content. The content's shit. It's fucking boring. And I could not imagine running the same dungeon all fucking tier long with no difference other than a bit more health and damage on the bosses and mobs. Because the affixes don't even do much anymore. So it's like what? I'd lose my fucking mind. I honestly would. At least with the raids, you get different difficulty levels, different mechanics on the bosses. I mean, going from some bosses in normal to heroic is like night and day. And then going from them heroic to mythic, it's like, what the fuck is this? It's like an entirely different boss. A boss can be a complete cakewalk in heroic and then an absolute monster in fucking mythic.
Oh yeah, it was Skylark's team. Men's Blue. They did really good. I think they won the current one as well, but Echo wasn't competing, so I don't really think they had much competition really.
Translate, how easy is that fucking last boss in like bit higher keys, like let's say like 18, 17 on Arakara? I mean, I've seen like a lot of people struggling with the last boss on Arakara.
I mean, it really depends on your group. Like, when I did the 17 hour, I didn't find it that bad at all, but then again, I'm playing a DK, so I'm unkillable. But really, it's just about the healer. Like, it's when those poisons go out, either make sure you have defensives, or there's something going on.
I think that boss, doesn't that boss take quite a few minutes to like down as well? Because it's like you have to... It's like you have to go out and in all the time.
But
it's not a short fight.
So I will ask you, because apparently this was something that was like me and Wes were talking about earlier on. I know he wasn't doing it on a 1-to-1, but he was saying basically like Mythic 10s being comparable to Mythic Raid. Now obviously he does make a point where the first 4 bosses are puggable, so they're easier, but then obviously the latter 4 bosses are absolutely fucking ridiculously hard by comparison. Where would you stand on that? Because you've done both.
Dungeons to raids.
Well, no, particularly a Mythic plus 10, where you'd get the best gear from for your best vault.
Personally, or it's like from how I think.
What do you think? Your opinion. I'm asking your opinion. What would you?
It's easy.
Right. So, and how would you compare that to like your Mythic Raid bosses? More so, I suppose, probably maybe your first 4, because obviously your last 4 are ridiculously hard. Would you say the first 4 compare to a 10 key?
Just like a 10, any 10, or like a specific dungeon? Because
he just said 10,
like
so I'm just going out because obviously we're comparing it to 4 bosses. Okay. The bosses very difficult, don't they?
Dungeon except Grimbert's Hole, I'd say you can fit the first 3 bosses as a 10. If we're including Grimbert's Hole, sure, we can toss Ratchanen in there as well. Then yeah, I'd say that's somewhat fair.
What, even mechanically, considering the mechanics and the health on those bosses are so much harder?
In a dungeon than in those bosses.
Not on the bosses in a dungeon, there's not though. The bosses in raids have far more mechanics.
The ads has mechanics as well. not just the bosses.
No, but I'm not including the ads. I'm comparing it to the bosses. Obviously, I can't compare it to the ads. Trashing fucking raid is a joke.
I mean, okay, so first boss, Ogrex, yeah? You got the soak,
Olgrak's probably the easiest one.
dungeon- Yeah.
Olgrak he did say
Okay,
probably.
so then Rashanan, the one with the most mechanics, then.
Has he got more than the others, have he?
Well, you got the waves, you have an extra line you need to move out of. When you do the webs, you have to stay as a group with the people you did the webs with, otherwise you're going to kill people.
You have to stay as a
You do the
group.
webs. Yeah, okay, so 4 people get the webs.
Okay.
I think it's 4 anyway. All of you have to move to the same place, and all people that did the webs just now, they're going to have like a chain between them. They're all going to get linked together.
Right.
If they walk into anybody with those chains, they're going to kill people. So they have to stay there in their little group for a moment until it expires. It's only a few seconds.
Right.
But they can't move back into melee. You know the green lines that you have to move out with?
Yeah.
There's a third one now. So one's
One that goes the other direction,
one's
doesn't
gonna
it?
be going up left, and the other's going to go up right. So it's going to make a triangle.
Right.
And that's pretty much it. Just more health, more damage.
So, but how did the people with the white circle stay together though? Because surely they can't put it on top of each other, otherwise they'll kill each other, right?
I mean, don't overlap the circle, but you're going to go to the same area.
Right. Okay. So you're looking to sort of like Venn diagram it, but not overlapping each other.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. Okay. Right. And then obviously.
In that fight, with the most mechanics of those 4 bosses, dungeons still have more mechanics.
Dungeon have more mechanics, including the trash, but not the bosses. I'm saying the bosses. I don't give a fuck about the trash.
4 bosses in a dungeon.
Yeah, but the 4 bosses in a dungeon, any individual boss in the dungeon doesn't compare to a boss in a raid, is what I'm saying. I'm not talking all the bosses. I'm talking a boss.
Yeah, but then we have to be talking about the dungeon as a whole then.
Well, then you have to talk about the raid as a whole.
That'd be easier.
You need 20 people for a raid, mythic raid.
Okay, but if
Only
you want
5 for a dungeon.
Entire raids, then the last 4 bosses don't compete. You cannot include them then.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, because that's how hard they are.
So in that case, then you can't make that comparison. No?
That's what I'm saying. So it's hard to compare. Yeah.
Unless
'Cause
you're going to a higher key level. Then it's
Well, why did it bring up like 17s, 18s, 19s later on? It said like 19s is probably like closer to like Kaivesa sort of stuff like that. So that makes
19s,
sense.
I put them to Silken. Actually, no, fuck that. Yeah, sure. Put them for the last 4 bosses.
Yeah, like they're going to be like, that's basically a plus 29, isn't it? Essentially, what used to be a 29.
Yeah, I'd put that with all of the last 4 bosses. Then.
Yeah. So what, like 19s and up or 18 and up?
I'm gonna say 19s and up.
19 and up. So you've got to do that, and that's going to be what percentage of the player base is going to do a 19 key?
Like none.
So
Obviously there are people doing it, but that's like such a small amount.
small amount of people. Where obviously it's like
In the
two.
entire world right now, there is 30 times 19 keys.
Right. And then obviously you've got
And then there's a lot of depleted ones as well.
you've got 2.5% of guilds do mythic raid, and of those 2.5%, I'm going to probably guess that less than 1% actually get cutting edge, because the 2.5% that do mythic don't clear it. They kill one or more bosses in mythic.
Another thing to remember is of these 19 keys, a lot of these are done by the exact same people.
Oh right, okay, so they're not many of them.
There's only like 4 groups that have done 19.
Not every guild cares about raiding in the first place. No, not every guild does, but obviously you were comparing mythic raiding to your keys. You've got to factor in mythic raids, otherwise mythic raiding guilds. Otherwise, how the hell's that even going to work?
You've done 19 keys and find them. So 5 or 6, that's like 1 and a bit raid group that have actually done it.
It's not like 2.5% of raiders does mythic. That's not true. No, 2.5% of guilds. I said 2.5% of guilds do mythic plus. Do mythic raid. But of those 2.5% of guilds that do mythic, not all of them will get cutting edge and clear it. I mean, I'd probably say on the good side, probably half. So we're talking like what 1.25 might maybe clear it out of the guilds that do mythic raiding. Maybe it could be higher. I don't know. I don't have the stats. Only people that have the stats will be Blizzard. But I know, like Transit said, one of his friends' guilds, they get cutting edge, but on almost like on the last day of the raid tier. There are quite a few guilds that do that. They like literally kill the last boss in the last week of the raid tier. And then that's it. They only kill the boss once, and they get the achievement for them, for the 20 people in there, and for the guild. So it takes them almost the entire 6-7 month raid tier to actually kill the last boss in Mythic once. And God knows how many pulls that's taken. I saw one guild, it was on that Race to the World last Matrix on about, did 1,087 pulls on Mythic Farak. 1,087 pulls. Did you see what that guild did on Fallen Avatar? Most pulls on a raid boss ever in the world. 3,357 pulls.
Surely those are like, you go in and wipe within like a minute, right?
Well, initially, to be fair with you, so probably discount maybe 300 pulls. The first 300 pulls, the boss was mathematically impossible. He actually couldn't be killed. But I'm pretty sure that was figured out by the world first raiders, which these guys technically weren't. So they would have been doing him after he got fixed. And bear in mind, Fallen Avatar was the second to last boss. He wasn't the last one, which some also said was even fucking harder still. But can you imagine doing 3,000 pulls on a boss?
I cannot, no.
Yeah, I can't either. I mean, even that Chinese guild, you know, the one that came fourth in the world, they did over 1,000 pulls on Ansarek.
What, they came fourth in the world?
Yeah, that Chinese team. They pulled Ansarek up. Yeah, they pulled it 1,000 times.
Hey, they got the kill on the week after. Oh, yeah.
Because Max didn't believe it. Max had to check it, and he's like, "What?" Because I think Max's guild did it in like what 400 pulls.
They got it. The Chinese guild that came fourth, they got it 3 or 4 days after Method.
Yeah, but they did 1,000 pulls. How the fuck did they do 1,000 fucking pulls? How they pull and wipe and just res up again must be absolutely insane. Must be bordering on robotic.
They killed it on the second raid week, and they got their first kill after 551 pulls in total.
On Ansarek, they didn't. Max looked at it on his stream. One of the Chinese guilds got like 1,000 pulls.
Oh, not the one that got the fourth kill then.
Oh right, okay. What was the guild then that got the 1,000 plus pulls?
The fifth guild to kill it, another Chinese guild, is 926 pulls.
Fucking hell! Okay, it might have been them then. It might have been them closer to it. 900 pulls.
But then what's funny is then you have the next one. So the sixth guild is a US group, instant dollars. That's 404 pulls.
So you're telling me they pulled that boss almost 500 times more than instant dollars, but killed it before them?
There's another.
How do they fit in that many wipes?
This is the seventh guild, 1,066 pulls.
Ooh! What ranking were they in the world?
7.
Fucking
And then
hell.
the guild after that, that's Fat Shark, yes.
Oh, Fat Shark are
The
good.
eighth guild. Yeah, they are.
I've got a guild in.
That's
I've
455.
got a friend in Fat Shark. I've got a friend in Fat Shark, by the way, who raids with no add-ons. he raids with no add-ons. He's an animal, though. He's an animal. But he's basically like the guild's equivalent of Fired Up for Liquid. He only plays one character. He only plays like one class. That's all he's ever played. But he plays, I think, 2 of the specs in there, but that's all he plays. So he's literally just like a... Is it called a one trick? One trick, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's basically a one trick. If you put him on something else, probably useless. But
The guild after them, so the ninth one, is another Chinese guild, but they got it in 281.
fucking hell. Obviously that's got to have been after nerfs though, right? At that point.
I don't think the nerfs came in just then. I think the nerfs came in the week after that, but I got to wait here, but
Okay.
Okay, Spec.
Hi, buddy. Oh fuck. And Merry Christmas, buddy. Ever go? 25%. It's gonna be close to like 10. Yeah, I've been there before. Game one night. Don't rest. Play like shit. Perseverance. What you mean you've been there before?
I'm just practicing.
What you've done 1,000 pulls on a boss, Westman? What do you mean? Don't tell me you've done 3,000. You did 3,000 pulls on a boss?
It's
1,000 pulls on a boss. All right, I'm gonna say I was like, fucking hell, dude, the resolve on you. I know you said you don't mind wiping and getting back up again, but fuck me, 3,000 pulls? Fucking hell, I'd have no gold left.
I'm just doing some practicing, that's all.
But that's not in the first 2 weeks. Oh, no. Those bosses that those do it are like a lot fucking harder, obviously. They do them like mainly pre-nerfed. You're doing what, buddy? Sorry, Jamie?
Oh, I'm practicing in a normal raid environment.
A normal raid's beneath you, buddy.
Just to... Yeah, I'm just practicing my rotation though.
Alright.
And right now, I'm 3rd in DPS.
Well, don't forget as well.
But it's
Not-
right, it's mostly gear though.
Not just your rotation. Practice on the bosses when you know it's appropriate to do damage. So that's when you want to pop your cooldowns. Learn the fight when you're not moving, when you're not doing mechanics. That's when you want to burst your damage. That's when you want to have your damage phases. Where you
Like I know. Oh, I'll let you finish first.
Oh, sorry. Wait, it's like, so basically you've got this is in every raid tier. You can't do it until you've fought a boss and you've learnt the boss. Once you've learnt a boss and you know where you can pump damage, that's where you've then got to pump that damage before the next set of mechanics come in where you've got to move and interrupt your casting. So like Ansarek, you're not going to pop your CDs on the intermission because you can barely cast anything. You're just dodging fucking acid waves and you're trying to do instant casts. You can't really do a whole lot. Yeah. So you know you need to try and do it where you can be seated for a bit and pump some damage out.
Yeah, I know. Since I'm in a normal pug, frickin', it's mostly my gear, but frickin' 1.5 hit late. I know it's my gear though.
Still good damage though. That's good. Still good. Don't forget the bosses don't take more damage because you're in normal. They still take the same damage would do. They just got less health. But if you can then figure out how to do that in our raids while doing your mechanics, that's the other thing. Because like obviously sometimes you'll die a lot on fights like Kaivessa. Kaivessa's quite challenging in P2, so I probably wouldn't put much in the way of offensives in P2. I'd be careful with your defensives because you might need one or two. But then coming out into P1, like I was saying to Plum earlier on.
Well, I only have 2 of them.
Well, you only have 2, no, but they'll obviously come off CDs. One got like a minute cooldown. Hasn't it? One's got a minute, yeah?
I got a 45 second and a 3 minute.
Right, so your 45-second one, you can use that quite a lot. That's a fairly short CD as a defensive. But you could technically pop that in P2.
But that's the one that That's the one that sacrificed 20% of my health, though, for it.
Yeah, obviously you don't do it if you're low on health, obviously. You want to do it before that. You know, use it with a bit of brain power. Don't full mongoloid it. But use your judgment on it. But if you're, say, like using the defensive in P2, it'll be off cooldown for P1. P1 you might need it if some orbs coming your way. An orb can kill you without a defensive. You've got your defensive, stay alive. It might not kill you.
But yeah, I'm just using this as practice, really, though.
It's a good idea. You can do the same thing with LFR, to a lesser degree, because LFR is usually a bit more brain dead. The thing is, some people go and practice on training dummies. It's not just about doing your rotation. It's doing your rotation on a boss in between mechanics, or while doing mechanics. It's where you know you can fit it in. Obviously, one thing that Wasser will tell you that you're going to get more of in Raid Tier 2, you're going to get closer towards your haste cap. Haste cap for casters is really fucking important. It's really important for all paladins. All paladins need haste for the holy power. So the more haste you've got, the faster you can cast your spells. The more spells you can cast, the faster, the more damage you can do. And also then you can have a shorter cast time. So you might think, oh right, there's another mechanic coming up in say 10 seconds. But you might be able to do a 1.5 second cast 3 times before that mechanic comes out or something, while dodging something else. You work it all in yourself, you'll figure it out as you go. But the one thing that you can do that I can't do is you can probably have a good 2 years or more on this raid tier playing your warlock. I can't do that because we need a reliably active tank, and we didn't have them. So I kind of have to bite the bullet and go back to what I know. I'm not going to get given the time I need to be good enough at the DPS. So I kind of have to just suck it up for the raid, unfortunately, for the guild.
Indeed.
I would also suggest as well that you
What's that?
I would also suggest that you oh god, words. Will just escape me while I'm fighting this fucking boss.
Oh, that's right. I'm trying to talk while fighting rationing right now.
Give me a second, it'll come back to me. It's also in your case as well. Your damage isn't necessarily bad. It's working on your mechanical side, making sure that you're there for mechanics, that you're moving in a little bit quicker fashion. Because the mechanics that you get killed by have got nothing to do with you being a wheelchair class. All the mechanics in the game are designed to be done by even the slowest class. It's you've got to move in appropriate time. If you know you might get caught by it, move early. Don't sit around and dilly dally and risk it. Move early.
I'm not used to being third. It's so weird being in a pug.
It's because pugs are either undergeared or garbage. Usually latter.
It's weird. I just find it weird. I'm never on top. That's why I said I know it's probably my fucking gear.
No, some of it'll be skill. If they're like legitimate pug players are generally very bad players. That's why they pug. Because most raiding guilds won't take them. Or they're that casual, they can't raid a guild's time, so they just raid at their own times when they choose. But they're generally very bad players, and because they pug, they don't really learn when to deal damage on the correct phases of bosses, like you're trying to do now. You're using that as a training tool. That's one of the correct ways to try and do it. Pug players are generally just fucking ass, for the most part. That's why I can't stand pugs, because it's going to sound elitist as fuck, but pug players are fucking beneath me. They just are. You don't want to be in pugs for those types of things. Mythic pugs might be a bit different, but even then, mythic pug players, it's why they pug in mythics. They can't get in a mythic raiding guild for some reason. Either that or the guild disbanded and they decided they wanted to pug. But, but mythic players might be the exception, but normal and heroic, they're nothing particularly special. But you look at as well in some cases, look at like your heroic pugs. Who's normally leading the heroic pugs?
I don't know.
Mythic pugs is normally... heroic pugs are my mythic raiders on their alts. Or on their mains when they're bored. So it's players that are completely overgeared for the fight. Just basically going in to, pump up some numbers. Mythic raiders generally pug on their alts. Some do, but obviously some are guildless. If you're in a mythic raiding guild, most players will normally have their alts in their guild. When some of these people are guildless, they're guildless for a reason.
I'm not really holding myself to expectation since I am in a pug and I know it's probably gear freaking Mr. Pug.
All you need to do is make sure you do your mechanics right and stuff. That's it.
Well, I haven't.
I've
been doing it so far.
Get
I haven't died yet.
your mechanics right. Obviously, the mechanics hit harder in heroic, as they will hit even harder in mythic. And it's a matter of just doing it right.
Yeah, frickin' I queued up for this frickin' normal pug and I immediately got accepted it apparently.
Because of your gear. And because you've got ahead of the curve.
Yeah, probably.
It will always, because that's what they'll invite you off. It's weird when you get some people in normal raid ask for you to link ahead of the curve, and it's like, for fucking normal? Why? And it's like, it's you get people that sort of thing. They always try and take people that are overskilled or overgeared or both.
Alright, let's see. Are they gonna go Kyvesta first, or are we gonna go Brute Twister? We'll fucking see.
They want a smooth run, they do, yeah. But it's like they're picking people that probably in most cases don't even need to be there. Don't need the gear or something.
Well, so far I'm first in DPS, and I have 500k DPS, more than the second place person. So.
See, only thing I would compare it there on is, what is the item level of the person second in place?
He is 5 item levels away from me.
So that's actually not bad, because you're not massively outgearing him. If you were, say, 10, 15, 20 item levels ahead of him, then yeah, you're massively outgearing him. 5 item levels is not too bad. It's on the cusp. So you're basically just outplaying. What is that, by the way? What class is it?
Frosty K.
Oh my fucking god! How is he behind you? Never mind. The guys.
He must be real.
The guy's a fucking noob. That's how he's behind you. So he's a well-geared noob.
Because right now I am in a normal 1.7 million.
No, sorry.
I don't see how that is even fucking possible.
What?
Well, I guess it is.
What?
To be low J mean damage.
As a Frost DK, yeah, because Frost DKs are still broken as hell, and they've got all instant cast abilities.
Yeah,
Jamie's got to stand there and cast his. How the fuck does a DK end up behind him? Fucking.
I'm doing
They
1.7
must be
million.
faking his abilities.
He's doing something with him, rolling his fucking face over keyboard or something. Fucking weirdo.
Yeah, because don't get me wrong, he's doing over 1 million, but I'm doing 1.7 million.
Yeah, good. Make sure you do it in our raids. You don't do it, I'm gonna give you DKP minus.
But like I said, most of these people are probably just severely undergeared by me, so it's probably why.
He's not though, and not as a Frost
He's
DK.
not.
And a Frost DK, to be fair with you, he could probably even be 8 or 9 item levels lower than you, and he should still be able to catch you in damage. Because at the moment they're well broken compared to your spec. So fuck knows what he's doing. Is he using Breath of Syndragosa, do you know?
Let's see.
Please tell me he's not using Breath. If he's using Breath, then
he is using Breath.
Oh my god, how is he behind you? No way. Yeah, the guy's a fucking imbecile. Yeah, he's an absolute imbecile.
Like after I get a few like an expansion or 2 under my belt with my Warlock, I'll be highly confident in it.
Yeah, be fine, that's it. And then it's a matter of, from there, that's where you can then look at trying other classes if you want to, or other specs if you want to. You can then
just got yeeted.
you can then look at trying those other ones out if that's what you want to do, because you'll then pick them up faster because you've learnt the fundamentals on your Warlock.
Yeah.
But if you enjoy casters, you might be better off playing with casters or at least other range. So like a mage might be maybe agreeable in some specs, but they've got a lot more going on. Hunter, you'd find face roll if you can play a Warlock. So you could probably play a Hunter, and Hunters, if you're Beastmastery as well, all their abilities are instant. So they almost work like a melee, but at ranged. Yeah. It's not very new, like even companies do that in the job listings, need senior developer with 10 years experience of this 5-year-old language framework. Yeah, I've had that WhatsApp before as well. It's really weird. I went for job interviews up and down England after I did my college course, and they were like, I was the best qualified person there, but one of the guys out in the hall had got 8 years experience. So he's like, he'll take a month to train, maybe 2. He goes, you'll take 6 months to train, maybe 7 or 8. He said, so I saved myself a lot of money for the company by taking someone who's going to take less training. And he goes, don't get me wrong, he goes, you interview very well. He goes, you're qualified for it. He goes, but the experience counts. And I'm like, how am I supposed to get the experience if no one will give me a chance? it's like you feel like you're locked into somewhere. You can't do anything. You just there's no way around it or way out.
Okay, we're going Brood Twister first. Okay.
Well, you know what you've got to do. What's your main mechanic?
Parasites.
No, what's your main mechanic?
The freaking purple circle.
The circle. So keep an eye on your feet for your circle, and then don't panic and move towards one of the eggs that are being broken. Don't break an extra egg, because that will also cause a wipe and you'll probably get flamed.
Yeah.
So ask them first how many eggs they're breaking. Well, in fact, actually, I think it's normal, so you're only breaking 2, 2, and 2, I think.
If they break more than 2, I'm gonna have a freaking.
They probably can, because some might break 3 and 3 or something. It depends how they want to do it.
Nah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I shall tell you how it goes.
I've got a nice short of you, by the way, dying on Queen.
Of course, I still gotta watch that.
Oh. No, that's the video. No, I've got a short of you. An actual. I've got your mid-death scream.
Now you're gonna feel my pain, son, Jamie. Now you're gonna feel my pain.
Wow, what pain have you got?
You're always doing fucking shorts on me all the time. Now Jamie's gonna feel the wrath.
You're gonna feel the wrath because you're very good for giving out shorts.
Dumbasses.
What happened?
I'm fucking not.
No, I think someone fucked up.
They popped. They used every single circle to pop an egg. Everybody who got a purple circle went to a fucking egg and freaking popped it.
They technically can pop 4, because you do pop 4 in heroic, but can they handle popping 4?
No, but they can.
Why have you wiped?
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good.
That's what happened, definitely.
It was going all
I just did my daily Donnelly check, by the way, Spec.
Your daily Donnelly check, is that what it's called now? The DDC. The DDC was in. Is he still there?
Yeah, he's still there.
Oh dear me, fucking hell.
He's impressive.
He's gone from guild hopper to being in a guild for what, 5 days, 6 days? I don't fucking know how long he's been there now.
5 days.
5 days, fucking hell. He's not even a week yet.
Huh? Well.
That boy's a useless shite.
He's even inviting his olds to it as well.
Yeah, I sent you something, Spectre. That's what my aunt got for my birthday. For Christmas, I mean.
Okay. What the hell is that?
One of those little projector things that project like a cool little pattern on your ceiling.
I'm
Alright.
quite the retarded person. They don't need me for this week's raid, because they aren't raiding this week. They wanted me next week when they are actually raiding.
Oh, lovely.
So I am fucking stupid.
What's
Well,
that?
you can tell them go fuck yourself instead. How about that?
How about fuck you?
What you
I'm gonna fucking like it too.
Ayo.
what you can do is let them know that they're not taking you away from us during our raid days. It's coming with us and having some fun with the spooks.
Join the good side of the guild.
Oh no, I already told them I'll be there for that raid.
You know where we used to start when we were first doing Brood Twister? That's where we're starting.
Yeah, that's the best place to start. Anyone that didn't do parasites first, retard. Just a retard.
No, they ain't doing the parasites first.
Oh no, they're on the spider side? Oh right. Well, I mean, it is normal, they might get away with it. It's normal. But if them parasites get out of control, which in a pug I can see that happening quite easily. Yeah, I mean, the weird thing is, right, I don't know what's happened with our guild lately, because we're having much cleaner kills on Ovinax and much sketchier ones on Kaivessa all of a sudden. We've literally just gone like fucking 180, and it's like, what is this? All of a sudden we're shitting on Ovinax and having trouble on Kaivessa, and Kaivessa to me is a far easier fight. I mean, I would not go Ovinax first in Mythic if we were going to try that at all. I'd 100% be trying Kaivessa.
That's cancer.
I would not be doing those fucking Mythic ads and having to have 2 people breaking the fucking eggs and that. I'd be like, fuck that, life for it. Did you guys do Kaivessa first on yours transit? Or did you do Ovinax?
Yeah.
What? Which one?
Yeah, we did Brute Twister first.
You did Brute Twister first. All right, I wondered. So I know some guilds now have started switching and they started doing Kaivesa first. But that might have been because of the nerfs. I don't know. Maybe the nerfs made it more manageable.
Not a clue. Could be. I don't actually know what the nerfs were.
They were mainly damage based and health based. Like health at one point was when Liquid went there, it was 7777 billion.
It's quite the number.
That's why they didn't go and try and kill it because they knew they couldn't do it. So they went Overnax first. They're like, when a boss has got 7,700,077,000 fucking health, we ain't killing it. So they
The thing is, early on, you can get away with the damage for Brood Twister. Like, the damage check is a little bit more lenient than Kaivesa.
Oh, way more lenient. Way
Both
more.
of them were extremely tight at the start. Like, even in the Brood Twister, some of the world first kills, they were getting them like as the soft enrage was happening. So like,
They were in the black
they
shit.
were standing in the
Yeah,
shit.
I saw that. I watched it
Even
all.
they were like just cutting it pretty fine.
I'm looking.
Kaivesa, it's just completely different fucking game. Like the DPS check was just wild as fuck.
Well, that's what it was. That was a fight, though, weren't it? It was a sludge fist fight. It was meant as a short fight, but a DPS check. If you didn't kill sludge fist after the 4th pillar, it then charged a wall, and on part of immunities, you were dead anyway. So you had to do it.
I mean, Kaivesa isn't even that short of a fight. Like, short fight to me is like 3-4 minutes. Kaivesa is like 5 minutes.
Yeah, but
First kills is like over 6 minutes as well.
But you don't generally get 3-4 minute fights in a raid.
Yeah. I think I'm witnessing a first time. The pug is actually evolving and starting to have brain cells.
Fucking hell, Christ, take a screenshot. I can sell that on eBay.
I mean, all the first 4 bosses for us, they're like 2-3 minute kills.
No, but like obviously they're the easy ones. But I mean, normally bosses at like tuned to like Kaivesa Overnax level, that sort of level, they're not gonna be 6 minute
I
fights.
wouldn't consider it like a short DPS check fight.
I mean, you can kill a fucking dungeon boss in 2 minutes.
I mean, in the higher keys, bosses are 4 or 5 minutes long, or 3 to 5 minutes, and you're in that.
But then again, do they have an enrage?
I mean, the boss doesn't have a timer-based enrage, but it's more the fact that your group will eventually just run out of everything.
You run out of resources, yeah, but they don't have an enrage that's like, right, you reach this limit, you're now going to get wiped.
Like, assuming you can live forever, then no, the bosses will just keep going.
Right. So that's probably one of the main differences between raid bosses, because raid bosses, even at normal, have an enrage. If your DPS is that low that you don't kill it, you're just dead.
A dungeon boss wouldn't be designed to have an enrage with it.
No, it'd be a bit over the top. Especially if you've got a fucking timer. Well, to be fair, it kind of would make sense with a timer. Without a timer, it wouldn't make sense. But with a timer, because you've got to kill a boss fast anyway, because you're running against the clock.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense to have an enrage in a dungeon boss, especially when the timer. You're not gonna have an enrage in the early bosses. The only one you could have it, the only one you could have it on would be the last boss. But even then, imagine you've got 5 minutes left on the timer, but the boss wipes you after 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you're in the fight, and you just go over 3 minutes, and then you kill the key with 2 minutes.
Oh, don't get me wrong, it'd be severe, it'd be harsh.
It really wouldn't make sense.
It would. But it'd be harsh, absolutely. But the raid bosses, yeah, they're not normally 6 minutes in duration, they're normally longer than that. Like your Overnax, your Silicon Court Queen, they're not dying in 6 minutes. It's not even possible, I don't think. You can Kaivesa has to.
Queen, no, but Brute Twister, we're killing that in 6 minutes. Nexus, we're killing that in 5 minutes.
But you weren't killing Overnax in 6 minutes when you first killed it, though, right?
Our first kill was 8 minutes.
Right. Okay. So that's more. Cause I know a lot of guilds have been doing 8-9 minutes, and I think the end range is like, what is it, 10? Just under 10.
I don't actually know, because we were kind of gambling our kill a little bit. We were deciding that we're only gonna kill 2 eggs in the last phase, and just pummel the boss. Like, we were like racing the clock a bit. It wiped us a couple times, but on that third attempt, we got it.
But don't you know the eggs in Mythic?
I'm pretty sure it might be around that time.
You know when the black shit connects with the eggs. Don't that wipe you in Mythic?
It does. Anyway, it wipes us in Heroic as well. Now go in Spooks.
No, but I mean, it's not an instant
Yeah,
wipe.
no, yeah, it's
It puts a dot on your own and powers an ad.
It's near enough. It's near enough an instant wipe. The
But-
dot is really fucking big.
But I'm guessing in Mythic it's just pure instant wipe. I'm assuming,
You'll live for like a few seconds.
unless you've got like immunity or something.
Unless you have an immunity, you're living like a few seconds, then you're dying. Yeah.
Would finger keep you alive? That green circle thing that Overlord uses.
Spirit Lamp would keep you alive for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Which I'm wondering if that was livable.
As soon as it dies, as soon as it goes away, you're dead.
You're screwed.
Or,
Yeah.
to be fair, you could potentially even die within it if the healers aren't able to pump enough.
Yeah. Because it balances the raid's health, doesn't it?
But the way we were doing it is if the black ship managed to reach any eggs, it's going to be reaching 4 eggs at once. So it's like instant for us.
Right. Okay.
Because we would pay the first 2 or 3 eggs that are like around the center or like closest to the wall where the black ship's coming from. And then after that, we're not breaking any more eggs. We're only hitting the boss.
Right. Okay. Obviously, that's if you've got his health low enough where you can kill it. If it's still too high, you need to break those eggs.
If it's still too high, we were just committing and then seeing how far we get to see what we could do.
Which is fair enough.
Like towards the end, no matter what, we were like always trying to commit to that. Obviously, it was risky, but it paid off. So.
Well, I have done all my vaults for my delves. That's vaults for my prop paladin, prop warrior, fully fucking completed. I am going to log off, feed the kitten because she's going to eat my arm if I don't, aren't you, darling? Yes. Let's angle you into the camera. There she is.
The pug has evolved.
Pogs has evolved.
That's a cat, not a pug.
Do you say the Pogs has evolved, JB?
Yeah, my freaking pug has evolved.
Let-
They actually have
let's-
a brain cell.
Let's see how they evolve on P2 or Kyvessa. That's gonna be funny. But yes, I'm gonna call it here, and I will speak to you guys probably a bit later on because I'm by myself tonight. But I'm gonna go have some food, and I'm going to feed the cats, and I will catch you, gentlemen. I'll probably be on tomorrow as well, but I'll be on Christmas Day to see some of you guys briefly if you're online, or come on while Ella's cooking for a bit, and I will hope you guys have had a nice Christmas, and I wish you all a Merry Christmas, and I'll speak to you guys all soon. So take care, everyone, stay safe, and I will catch you in the next one.
On to Kyvessa.